It's a summer love affair, putting flowers in your hair. Windows down in the Jeep as we pull up to the beach. Got this feeling like a crush. I don't wanna say too much, so I'm leaning in real close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation. Oh. Temptation. Temptation. Oh. Like a diamond in the sun, baby, now we're having fun. Turn the music up real loud. Come and find me in the crowd. Lips so sweet like cherry rose. Close your eyes and start to fall. Got me leaning into close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation.
Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. 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 in the future. Now that we're together, now that we're together, moving forward in the future. Now that we're together, now that we're together,
We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. I'm a jump from the ship, but I can't swim. I'm a run from the life that I'm living. Like a ghost fading into oblivion. Big win, big win. I'm a joke from a rope I'm swinging. Just a bloke made of smoke and some thick skin. Cauterized by the wound of a vision. A prison, a prison. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your word. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Idolize, idolize, that's a word game. I am sick of the grip of my pen frame. You can call me my first and my last name. When did I become such an ingrate? Toe to toe, shoe to shoe, I'm a shoelace. I'm a fraud, I'm a zoo in a dark place. Why do I even try to pretend that I can rhyme good? Oh well, I guess. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your word. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Good time.
Don't you wanna tell me about the time that we felt fate? Turn your eye on the halo that you give yourself daily. Give me a new ending, 'cause I'm running tonight. Don't want regret our story. Wanna love and live my life. Always talking about where we'll be. Gonna move out of the city. Spending our time daydreaming. Living our life like a movie. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. Gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend. Don't live life in envy. Shine a bright energy. With the waves I'm making, gotta make sure I'm happy. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. I'm gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend.
Ooh, this that cute, and a drama only venom when I get my dues. Respect, I'm the next tycoon. Got a pad full of greens, couple M's my soon. Unbeliever, do you see the confidence? Got some people waiting for me on the fence. I live here, never see me on the fence. Best believe that when I win, it's common sense. I'm designed to fly, defeat all demise. The best me, no fear, no compromise. 100 degrees, I breathe more to life. You should disconnect and throw in the wires. And the hand that's in this. Gotta back it up a high percentage. Got a heart in my sleeve, non-stop. Stepping up to the sea, more shots. Getting those I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Yeah, I never wait up. Flowers say so they coming on the way up. A true fighter's what they always been afraid of. Cards had a ghost on my circle when I lay up. Switch the game every quarter like a time zone. Aim for the buzz, tryna build up to this milestone. Pave the way with only items that I might own. Imagine what I'm about to do, be an icon. And a problem just the haters that I might know. It's a night show, the way I'm about to make a movie with these lights. No, they wanna be like me, they can try. All gold, everything when I write. Can repeat it, every legend gotta fight. A new world, when I flip, make it tight. Ain't nobody doing minutes how I like. Seat buckled up, going up like a bike. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, up in the sky, into the light. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time.
One touch from you takes me to paradise, paradise. One look from you and I fall in your arms, in your arms. Baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. 'Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel One kiss from you is like a fantasy, fantasy. It's like you go beyond my wildest dream, wildest dream. Baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. 'Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you
Give it to me now. Damn, you're sexy, but you keep controlling my mind. Yeah. I've been thinking of reasons, but I can't deny. Yeah. 'Cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees. I cannot deny you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. So baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Yeah, what kind of magic got control of me? Oh, what kind of magic you got over me? Yeah, ooh. 'Cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees, yeah. I cannot deny you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Oh, you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Oh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Yeah, put your lips upon my lips. let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Tasty. You're looking so tasty. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. So baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Give it to me now.
I don't know why we parted. I don't know what went wrong. I just know that I want your body here with me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. Tell me you want me, baby. Tell me I'm not alone. Tell me you wanna be with me tonight. With me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. It shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night.
It's a summer love affair, putting flowers in your hair. Windows down in the Jeep as we pull up to the beach. Got this feeling like a crush. I don't wanna say too much, so I'm leaning in real close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot attention. Like a diamond in the sun, baby, now we're having fun. Turn the music up real loud. Come and find me in the crowd. It's so sweet like cherry rose. Close your eyes and start to fall. Got me leaning into close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart. Feel you touching on my. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation, temptation. It's a hot, hot, hot episode. Ooh, yeah.
Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave
split mountains with my roar! All will crumble! You cannot kill a storm!
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
That's real magic.
Money talking, I'm always in the loop.
下下一个第一。
Lyrical wild.
要比你们都闪耀。
Team mình chỉ cần bé mèo này thôi là đủ quẩy team bạn rồi.
给点新颜色，小小。
Lyrical wild.
机器上的打野挥发，历经2个赛季的沉浮，终于是完成了自己的归。
我说过我会回来的。
任凭浪起。
让我们欢迎争夺最后决赛名额的3支战队。Let's welcome the 3 teams competing for the final spot today. 来自 CN 赛区的 J Team 战队 ，Team J Team from CN。来自 APEC 赛区的首尔 KGRY 战队 ，Team Seoul KGRY from APEC。 来自 APEC 赛区的 Pasay NGX 战队 ，Team Pasay NGX from APEC。欢迎来到英雄联盟手游1周年庆典暨亚洲联赛第1赛季总决赛第2日的现场。Welcome to the second day of League of Legends Wild Rift first anniversary and WIL A1 Finals。 决赛名额争夺战即将开始，让我们拭目以待。The battle for the final spot is about to begin. Let's fight!
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
real magic.
Sun and rain, sleet, snow,
拿下下一个第一。
There's the goal violet.
要比你们都闪耀。
Team mình chỉ cần bé mèo này thôi là đủ quẩy team 7 rồi.
给点新颜色，小小。
Let go by.
提起他的打野挥发，历经2个赛季的沉浮，终于是完成了自己的归。
我说过我会回来的。
任凭浪起。
The surprises are not yet done because we have a new surprise for you guys. We welcome Infinity in the caster's desk. Welcome, Infinity.
Thank you very much, Giang. I am honored and I am more than excited to be here. Such an amazing day that we have right now with two Titans coming right on for the semi spot where NGX is currently waiting. And Giang, there's a lot of expectations on the line and a lot of stakes as well being placed on these two teams right now.
Yeah, it has been an intense day one in the finals. Yesterday, we have seen some teams rising up. Right now, Keepest Gaming is waiting to whoever is going to be winning in this day right now because they have claimed their throne right now in the grand finals. And we have to see which team is going to rise up. Will it be J Team? Will it be KT Rolster Y? Or will it be Nigma Galaxy?
Yeah, and there's just a lot of expectations, and yesterday we have seen NGX defy these expectations, beating J-Team right out of the get-go. And right now, today, we have another APAC team that will be the challenger up against the same team that NGX was able to beat down. It is KT Rolster up against J-Team this time around to battle it out for the semi spot. However, we should set an expectations for the viewers watching at home that history dictates that CN is one of the strongest, if not the strongest region here in the Rift.
And right now, it's gonna be contested by our APAC teams. Now they have a chance to do so with this kind of platform. 2 APAC teams, 2 CN teams battling out here in the top 4. Here is our schedule for today. We have a best of 3. We have a best of 5 later on to who is ever gonna be winning between J-Team and KT Rolster Y. And tomorrow, it is gonna be a whopping best of 7 series for the grand finals to determine who and which team is gonna be reigning supreme here in this tournament.
Absolutely correct. I mean, these 4 teams battled it out just a few months back throughout the CN conference, throughout the APAC conference, beating a lot of the teams going into the playoffs and now reaching on this stage on the finals here for season 1. And as we have stated a while ago, match number 1 would be J-Team up against KT Rolster Y, and you have NGX up against the winner for series 1.
This is going to be really exciting, but also kind of scary for KT Rolster Y because they have never won even a single game against J-Team. But yesterday, they come really close. 27 minutes of a game before J-Team was able to take them down at the very end. It's very different from the first time that they have met during day number 1 because it took them like 17 minutes on both of the games to take down KT Rolster Y. And now we look at the players. J-Team looking still strong despite some mishaps in yesterday's games. They want to polish what they have made yesterday.
Yeah, and the MVP, or well, the star of this lineup, you have 0711 having the hopes, the dreams of this team put on his shoulders as well. How great can he perform here today for series number 1? How can he lead his team to beat KT Rolster in series number 1? And now looking at the picks, looking at how J-Team has formed their champion pool in the past, Gyang, there's a lot that we could expect. There's a lot that we could see here for series 1.
Yeah, especially for 0711. This guy was one of the key elements or key players of J-Team that allowed them to win even the likes against Nova Esports. Yetzi yesterday was able to take down Ratel. That translated into an Elder Dragon buff for J-Team to finally knock up KT Rolster Y in their match yesterday. And right now in this match, it's going to be that same strategy, the same blueprint that they want to have against KT Rolster Y. It's going to be a different scenario this time around though, because it's a best of 3. Now KT Rolster Y has a lot of chances to redeem themselves. And yesterday we have seen two games actually that Haku played after mid laner. But this time around, KT Rolster Y, Zero wants to redeem himself against J-Team.
Yeah, they're doubling down in their mid lane, putting their hopes on Zero as well this time around. I mean, looking at this lineup, we have to look at Doll, we have to look at Zero, we have to look at Rattel. How can they perform up against one of the best teams that we have seen in League of Legends Wild Rift? And this is not a stranger to all the Wild Rift fans of all ages globally around the world, getting the top 2 spot in Icons Global, only being behind Nova, losing 4-0 in the grand finals. And this is a lot of pressure as well for KT Rolster.
Especially for Zero, right? This guy has been known to be one of the scariest mid laners, especially when given an assassin champion, but that was not seen in yesterday's games. These teams in the top 4 was able to pressure him down, put him in something like a mid Garen, and just neutralize him. The capability of this player to just utilize these assassin champions is no longer seen. And J-Team even picked up the Zed to remove some of his champions, in which Yetzi performed really well, especially at the end of their match against KT Rolster Y. So now Zero has to really step up. He has a vast champion pool. Maybe there's something that can be utilized to surprise J-Team once again.
Yeah, and that is one of the biggest thing that we have to highlight, the adaptability of these teams. Looking at the mid lane as well, Yezi up against Zero. We have seen their champion pool just a while back, and looking at it, head-to-head matchup from both these players, it is looking like a really, really strong matchup in the mid lane.
Absolutely. Yatzy, despite some mishaps from time to time, he's still able to stabilize himself and make sure that the team is on track when whichever objective they actually want to take. That's why J-Team is just so difficult to take down, because they're so good at keeping at their win conditions, and very few teams were only able to take them down or even give them a challenge. They play things slow, they're okay with scaling, they're okay to give up some objectives, because in the long run, they know that those situations can actually benefit them. KT Rolster Y, they had experience against them already. This time around, they need to step on the gas pedal.
Yeah, it's definitely playing towards your winning condition. Is your team going for more of a late game? Is your team going for more of an early game type of aggression? You go full send in the early minutes to gain as much gold as you can possibly get. And as you have stated, J-Team has the methodical type of playstyle that wants to go for objectives, that wants to go for scaling, and could sacrifice some as well to reach their objectives. Now, this time around, for the next head-to-head, we have Pan up against Luna in the bottom lane, the Dragon lane, coming from both these teams.
Yeah, Pan, former mid laner, showing really good signs and performance as a Dragon laner here of the J-Team. And Luna as well, being a player that normally loves to play these AP champions, APCs as well, are very well suited for this player right now of KT Rolster Y, is showing so much stability. That's the common thing that they actually have here for both J-Team and KT Rolster Y's Dragon laner. But I think it's about to change in this time, in this series, because you have to really go out of your comfort zone. You have to really extend your limits, defy expectations right now in order to be the one to challenge Nigma Galaxy later on.
You should definitely do it. Put your best foot forward this time around, because it's all stakes on the line for both these teams. And I like how you mentioned just a while back, Yang, when it comes to this head-to-head, that Pan was a former mid laner, and that just brings up this huge champion pool capability to go into the bottom lane. You have Vex, you have Brand, that could be that secret pick here for Pan in the bottom lane.
Oh yeah, I still remember the first time that we have seen 0711 pick up the Evelyn. I had my doubts, not gonna lie, I had my doubts with it the first time I saw it, but when his performance was shown, it was just insane that I look forward to seeing it again and again and again. And he almost never loses in any type of game with that champion. That's how solid J-Team has been. But right now that it's no longer a surprise pick, they also need to find another surprise here against KT Rolster Y, similar to how KT Rolster Y needs to have that pocket pick right now to surprise J-Team. It's going to really take a lot, especially that it's everything on the line right now. We're no longer looking for points. We're no longer looking for some leverages against other teams. Now it's the tournament that is at stake for for J Team and for KT Rolster Y, they have to win. They cannot give any advantage to the other side.
Yeah, and it's good that you talked about Evelyn as well, because this is really a pocket pick coming in from 0711. This is not something that we could expect in the jungle commonly. But this is not just a common team. This is one of the best teams that touched League of Legends Wild Rift. Unfortunately, yesterday though, it was beaten by NGX, wherein 0711 picked up the Evelyn. But you know what? Nigma Galaxy has something in store for this specific champion. And this time around, I'm wondering, does KT Rolster have the same thing, has the same potential of countering these picks coming in from 0711 from the jungle here in Series 1 in the quarterfinals?
Yeah, because now they have a blueprint, right? Similar to how KBG had a blueprint to defeat Nova Esports for the first time, the 3 times that they have met. It was actually crafted by J Team when they took down Nova Esports. Right now, Nigma Galaxy has showed how to defeat J Team through yesterday's game. Given the short amount of time to actually adjust, maybe that's one of the reasons why KT Rolster Y wasn't able to take down J Team. But maybe after a day span, if they're more prepared. They now have a specific plan in mind, step by step, in order to take down some, if not all, the members here of J Team. That's something that both of us, Infinity, are just looking forward to seeing.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, 100%. This team, KT Rolster, is also not a stranger to the Wild Rift scene, to the Wild Rift fans. They have reached the qualifiers or the knockout stages in the Icons Global last year, unfortunately being beaten by Nova immediately in their very first series. But that just states their potential, their capability of adjusting and adapting to each situation. This time around, J Team is in front of them. They have to beat them to be able to reach the semifinals to battle it out for the grand final spot.
I mean, this team, right? KT Rolster Y. This is still a team. Despite a 0-3 scoreline here in the finals, we cannot discount them just yet, because this is still a team that reigned supreme during the regular season on the APAC side, having to have the biggest scoreline as well, 9-4 in the regular season, and also during the qualifying for the finals, they had a really good performance. We will go to the start of the game right now, and let's just take a look. It's a start, man. This is it. J Team and KT face off once again, the 3rd time, and possibly the last time as well here in this tournament.
So the biggest teams, the biggest names in League of Legends Wild Rift. This is the moment, the start of the dreams of these players, or could be the finish as well. Who will be the Giant Slayers this time around? Is it J Team? Is it KT Rolster Y? And as you have mentioned just a while ago, yeah, when it comes to their conference playstyles, KT Rolster was the best among the best in APAC. And coming into playoffs, they were able to beat Naos. However, they were beaten by Nigma Galaxy just after, and they creeped themselves in the lower bracket to qualify here today. And they're steps away coming into the grand final spot for the championship title. Can they do it? And that is going to be the question here today.
A lot of expectations, right, for these teams. Big pressure as well onto the key players here on both KT Rolster Y and J Team. The last time that they have met yesterday, KT was actually on red side. Given the priority of these APAC teams, loving blue side, this might be the fresh start that KT wants.
And I'm loving the initial bans. We're going swiftly here. We have Ashe, Jax, Camille already placed away. We know how Camille's capability has beaten J Team yesterday, being played by NGX, and they do not want to fight it once again this time around.
I mean, we were all surprised. We were nervous at the very start, given the counter of a Renekton towards the Camille, but no, it was made possible due to that perfect execution coming in from that blue side as well. And now KT Rolster Y is also threatening that pick. Now they have first access onto the Kai'Sa. This is something that I am just loving to see. They banned away the Corki as well, mitigating the possible responses here of J Team, just forcing them to commit on the Ziggs.
The response is just as impressive, however. You have Ziggs being locked in, so that no more that KT Rolster can deny these champions coming in from J Team. And then to follow that, you have Gragas as well, one of the best supports right now in the competitive scene. To follow through though for KT Rolster Y, they have answered with massive champions. Alistar as support Renekton, possibly on top lane.
Oh man, just solid front lines right now being secured the side of KT Rolster Y. J-Team will add in another front line to at least have that execution damage as well. The Demacian Justice has been a big problem. Even if you have the Alistar, even if you have the Unbreakable Will, you can be taken down with true damage coming in from the drop of that sword. And J-Team has that right now. And given that the Garen is just so stable in the laning phase, especially in the Baron lane, they can just have that really solid weak side. And right now, we see the focus shifting towards Zero once again. Just removing the Akali, maybe the Zed as well, or J-Team can actually pick it up later on because they have first pick priority after this banning phase.
It's just as expected. Junglers are still open for both sides. Mid laners are still a mystery and are still a question for both sides as well. So J-Team just banning away Akali is placing such a huge pressure on the mid lane for Zero, but they have answered with a huge champion as well. One of the best duelists in League of Legends Wild Rift for top side, Fiora being removed from the table.
I mean, this puts in the question once again, right? What will Zero pick? What is that pocket pick that we talked about earlier as well? What is going to be the surprise factor of KT Rolster Y to defy the expectation, to surprise J-Team here? That the blueprint right now of J-Team is just remove the champions here of this mid laner of K-Team, KT Rolster Y, and also take out the Garen so that he will have lesser options. And this will just pin him down even more if he can't adjust. And if he doesn't have any more champions to utilize, this is just going to be really scary. But still, the Kai'Sa is here. Maybe they can pick up something in the Dragon lane as well for Luna to fully utilize. He loves those APCs. Maybe he can even go with something like a Karma here for just additional movement speed and also protection whenever that Mega Inferno Bomb gets casted against them.
But Volibear now being hovered, gonna be locked in by KT Rolster Y. They don't want to give it away. And now Lux to follow through could potentially be locked in. But still a question here today.
Whoa.
And now, you know what? Lux is gonna get locked in by KT Rolster, putting their best foot forward. But an Olaf answer coming from J-Team.
Oh man, it's just everything being thrown out there in game number 1. This is just simply amazing. The changes on the Lux as well is here on patch 4.2b. We do see, different interactions coming in right now from those abilities in the Illumination, the Light Binding, even the Lucent Singularity. So there's more fluidity in those channeling or those casting of spells, and that's something that KT Rolster Y wants to actually have here against J-Team. But the Olaf, man, 0711, this champion is one of those that left a dent on Nova Esports when 0711 picked this Olaf up, and right now he has it in the bag as well.
It's just perfect. Lux cannot deny Olaf. Alistar couldn't deny Olaf. Renekton couldn't deny it if the Ragnarok is open, and it's just the perfect opening this time around for J-Team to be able to initiate fights.
Oh man, I am excited about this. You're excited about this. The fans are excited about this as well. Let's get started. Game number 1 of this best of 3. This is just outstanding from KT Rolster Y and J-Team. We see them again, just like what you mentioned earlier, putting their best foot forward in game number 1 to get the momentum in the series.
And here we are, game number 1 as we enter the Rift. The Titans of the CN Conference coming here today up against the challengers coming from APAC. Can they do the miracle? Can they do the unthinkable this time around for game number 1? But here today, we're seeing a bit of a standard type of plays across the board for both sides. No aggression, no invasion just yet.
It's going to be a safe start here for both teams, especially for KT Rolster Y, given that they have the Kai'Sa and the Lux. They would need to just channel their items first before they actually make something happen. And since there is the possibility of J-Team to just answer back all the time, especially in the early game, it's so hard to take down the Garen, so hard to take down the Olaf in the early start. And for sure, well, Yahtzee is not going to do anything at first. He wants to scale up. This is very similar to how they matched actually in yesterday's match.
And it will definitely be much harder if Kai'Sa decided to go for an AP route, which I don't think he would, because of, as you have stated, the front lines available for J-Team. You have Garen, you have Olaf, you have these big names, big champions to protect Pan, to protect Zeri, Yezi from J-Team.
Yeah, right. This is putting some pressure on KT Rolster Y in terms of adjustment right now. If they bank on full AP, or at least on the Kaisa and on Deluxe, there's a lot of members here that on J-Team side that can actually soak in the damage. 3 front lines, and given that they're also very squishy, 1 Mega Inferno Bomb can threaten the back line. And who's there to stop the Olaf? Absolutely no one.
Yeah, well, we'll see if those expectations are going to be met. But here in this early game, not much pressure coming in from both sides. You have here in the bottom lane, Luna with Lux, Pan with Ziggs, a lot more pokes, and as expectations would be set, Ziggs would have a lot more prio because of those long range damage, because of the bombs in the bottom lane. But here in the top side, you have the sign coming in front to tell, followed through by Daw, but not gonna get engaged. Dawn 128 still safe, just above in the top lane.
It's going to be very difficult to get the first mark, get the first strike here in this early game. The damage is just not high enough for this early state. You need at least level 5, or at least get that ulti, big burst damage, especially on the Dragon Lane side. Well, he was alone.
Not anymore. 0711 is now going for the flank. They're on the backside. Luna is really low. Ragnarok being popped. Now that is the first blood secured by 0711.
Perfect timing on the rotation by 0711. It caught Numel and Luna off guard and wasn't able to escape anymore. Perfect timing, and now they land the first strike. 500, 600 gold lead. It's not really a whole lot, but it sets the tempo here for J-Team.
Yeah, and it was just perfect timing. You had Ziggs going in for the reset. It was already an expectation for Rolster Y to attempt to go for that kill onto DY, but 0711, as always, this is the player that we've talked about to be the highlight, to put the pressure on himself, carry the team forward, and to lead the charge to winning this series number 1.
We thought that DY as well was caught off guard, right? But everything was just planned out. That's just one of the reasons why J-Team is just so hard to take down. Because their responses are always picture perfect. Everyone is just synchronized. You thought you catch them off guard, but no. It's a different case. They will patch it up as quickly as possible and make sure that you regret trying to take them down. That way, right now, we're starting to see a little bit of that gold ballooning. And J-Team, given their champions in the solo lanes as well, it's just so hard to take them down. As we see the switcheroo, there's more ways that J-Team can actually mix a play, especially through DY on this Gragas.
Yeah, and as we have reiterated for the past few months, how a Gragas can affect a team fight overall with the explosive cast along with the body stem as well. So much utilities built into his skill kit, having the potential to engage for the stun with the body stem and also the explosive cast for the disengage. Right now, 0711 is here, has met Daw. Both sides has information where the junglers are at the moment.
Yeah, that's why the Gragas is just sitting at the first spot right now in terms of champion priority in the picks and bans, even higher than a Camille, because the impact is just insane. Just one isolation play. We have seen some popularity with Varus and Gragas as well, just because of that double isolation. Nomel is taking some damage from Yetzi, just zoning him out, chipping up its HP so that maybe they can force that unbreakable will. But the dragon has spawned. J-Team wants it.
Yeah, and they're starting it. They're not hindering their take of the Drake. But right now, you have the engage coming from Nomel being cancelled out by the body slam. Right now, Lux goes in for the final spark as well to put out damage. Alistar is now gone. This is a 4v5 in favor for J-Team, but they were able to steal the Ocean Drake. It is KT Rolster, but you have Volibear stuck on the Dragon's Pit as you have the answer back coming in from J-Team.
Definitely worth it though for KT Rolster. Why? Yeah, you lost some members into that fight. Yeah, you gave a couple of gold towards J-Team, but this is one step already towards their scaling. This is one of the reasons why we commend some of the teams that were able to win in yesterday's games, just because of these Dragon stacks scaling up. Let's check that replay one more time, because Zero went in the middle. Mega Inferno Bomb left no damage onto him as well, and perfect timing by Doe to steal out the Dragon. They quickly skedaddled away, just left Doe in the mix because he already used his summoner spells. Damage wasn't enough to take down the backline of J-Team, but it's all worth it. They're down 1,000 gold, but now they're threatening for a double objective.
Delay. 4-5 at the moment could possibly be, but Zeri's on the bottom lane, so it's a giveaway for KT Rolster. Why to take 2 objectives here in the third game, 2 out of 2.
Absolutely marvelous here for KT Rolster. Why double objectives? Yes, the tower in the bot lane will get taken down thanks to Yetzi and 0711, but they can answer into the mid lane.
Namel starting it up. Sky Splitter coming in from Do. The charge coming from Rifter takes the turret just a little bit delayed as you have J-Team still securing the tower first blood. Nevertheless, it's a 1-for-1 trade of towers.
Perfect way to at least open up the mid lane tier 1 right now. This way, J-Team's rotations are gonna be contested a little bit, especially with the lack of vision here in the mid lane. KT Rolster, why they want that as their first step. Perfect way to start this early game as well, since they have taken the Dragon too. And no matter how much J-Team tries to answer back in terms of gold now, as long as the gold lead doesn't balloon to 3,000-4,000, KT is gonna be fine. They have the damage on the Kai'Sa later on. Looking at the items, Manamune picked up already, which goes towards the scaling. Luden's completed by the Lux already as well. So there is that stacking of burst damage, in which we have seen the interactions a while ago being a lot better, a lot more efficient for Luna.
Yeah, could definitely be. I mean, Lux at this point would be that wave clear that KT Rolster is banking on. And similarly for J-Team as well, you have Ziggs being that dependency for J-Team to clear down the waves later on, to have a lot of these wave management in their favor. And at the moment, you have a lot of pressure being provided by KT Rolster as well in the bottom lane, hoping to get that push running.
Perfect way to, answer back though.
Going in, DY hoping to secure the kill onto Rattel and flank him on the back, but instead it is an immediate fancy footwork coming in for Renekton to go back away.
Unfortunate for DY, the body slam did not connect onto Rattel a while ago, so was able to back off with his life intact. But tower secured by Yetzi once more. He was on the bottom lane a while ago and then immediately rotated towards the top lane as well. So even if they didn't get any kill, it was actually okay, because KT Rolster has to answer in terms of tower pushes. The only tower that they were able to take down is mid lane through the RH. And every side lane right now of J-Team is well healthy.
Yeah, and this is what we've talked about and characterized how J-Team has been playing so far in this tournament. A lot of aggression being seen this time around, but an immediate flash coming in from Zero brings him back to safety. But a good summoner spell burn coming in from J-Team.
Especially in the second dragon spawning up in just a few seconds, right? This is a big blunder towards KT Rolster's Y side. One of the reasons why Zero was able to survive that onslaught a while ago in the previous team fight is because of those utilities available.
Knock off. Pulverize coming from Namel. Force of the flash coming from Don128. Ignite takes him down, but not enough to obliterate him. So far, Rattel will be able to take a little bit more damage onto the top side tier 1 turret, but not so far and not enough to bring it down.
Mid lane going to be threatened here by J-Team. They want to take this down, equalize it.
No info, going in for the Stormbringer to set up the play, to set up the fight. But the turret is the prio coming from J-Team, and that is already gone. No fight. It would be so much riskier for J-Team if they continue to push. No more value if they go forward as Mountain Drake is up.
And J-Team actually has the advantage here, since the ulti of the Volleyball has been used already into the mid lane. They can go.
Explosive cast, Nomel is isolated. Uses up the flash, still alive, barely breathing. But Yezi,
oh man,
a lot of damage, pushes them back. And now they have in complete control of the bot side river.
And this is what I've been telling you, Infinity. J-Team doesn't force the team fight. They know that they can just shove KT Rolster Y away and they take this dragon for absolutely free. KT cannot risk anything right now because the gold lead is starting to balloon. It's now 3,000. And we talked about the 4,000 gold mark a while ago. And since the scaling as well is being contested by J-Team, everything is slowly going towards their side. KT Rolster Y is just having a bit of a hard time right now.
And it is definitely a hard time. 3k gold lead already for J-Team in 10 minutes. And as we have stated a while ago, that J-Team characterization is how they're able to balloon their goal lead, how they're able to really push into their winning condition, and now they're doing it quite well. As right now, we have the pressure coming in from J-Team, immediately going in on top side, hoping to get and set up that play. However, an immediate return coming in from Daw. It's Kaiser just obliterated. It's just a blink of an eye, and now Daw is isolated. They have to return, they have to counter engage, but they have to retreat simultaneously. Nomel is really low, forcing out the ultimate as well. Begin a little bit more defense as Yezi forced to retreat, and J-Team pushes them back.
And even gets a tower here in the top lane as a bonus as well. Kateros Wide got caught off guard, going too deep into the top lane. The first one to fall was Zero as well in the Kai'Sa, because he doesn't have any utilities anymore to escape, which was baited out earlier in the mid lane as well. That's how methodical J-Team has been, and right now they're taking control of the bot side jungle of Doe as well. That's a pick.
They hear this is a 3v1, and J-Team doesn't have any information, but as soon as they seen Rattel coming right in, they have to retreat.
I mean, just a slight respect coming in from J-Team. But again, they're starting to take control. 5,000 gold lead right now. They're chasing.
Phenomenal. Forcing down to Dominus. The root coming in from Luna, the light binding along with Final Spark, but the damage is not enough. Rattel is now being isolated once again. The explosive cast, such a massive utilization coming in from J-Team. Now you have Daw. Just a little bit late coming into the fight, but nevertheless, he is here to play, and now Zeri is gone from J-Team.
Perfect way to counter out. Good vision control as well by Kateros Wide. Now they're going to be trying to bash this tower into the bottom lane, but 0711 on top side just answering back a little bit, alleviating the pressure here in bot. Kateros Wide is unscathed. They want to look for more picks.
4-man roam coming in from KT Rolster, but it's just the recall. Exact timing. As soon as they went out, it's already over, and now Gragas is able to come back.
Oh man, MIB will do some dent here. Unable to stop the push. That is a good win. No way. No. Unfortunate
for the turret. But DY is here as well. And KT Rolster doesn't have any information for anybody else, and they have to retreat.
That is just unfortunate for KT Rolster. Why that could have helped them a little bit. Get back on the economic side. 0711 and Yessi leading the charts right now. Leading the graph. That is at least 1,000 gold. Lead coming in from a single player against a top gold earner, which is Rattel on the side of KT Rolster Wide. This is not a good sign if you ask me. 2,000 as well difference on the junglers right now with 3 items, even a GA completed here for 0711. And we have to always take note, hero plays come from 0711. This time he can do it twice.
Can he do it once again this time around? But you know what? Another thing that's scary is the vision game right now for KT Rolster. They don't have any information. The jungle is really dark. The river is dark as well. And soon enough, this will bite them in the back. So they have to get those information as soon as possible. J-Team, though, putting a lot of pressure up against them.
Yeah, the Mega Inferno Bomb are starting to hurt. Oh, look at that. That's just one first kill. And Zero's health is just jumped down to half right now. He has to go back into the base. But if he does, J-Team will just threaten for the next dragon. Established vision there. Look at the ward's place. It's just perfect for J-Team right now. Doe and Nomel are seen.
You know, they have information. And this is how DY has placed the wards just a minute ago. Has been preparing for the Ice Drake to now come up. If they get this, this is such a huge deal for them. A lot more ability haste for the rest of the team.
Looks like Luna wants to answer back in the waves for the meantime. Has a relatively low cooldown on his final spark. J-Team is trying to bait them into a fight right now, but dragging this dragon. But that has a good flank. Zero as well, but 0711 catches them off guard a bit. The damage are coming really high from J-Team's side.
I mean, that's Ziggs. Massive damage from a long distance. Zero, good wave management in the bottom lane as lane now pushes in. A small window coming from KT Rolster. Why to now start as Don 128 is stuck in the bottom lane, but they're still not pushing through. A huge respect coming in from KT Rolster, because if they go for the push, you have the ultimates coming in from DY, and along with the rest of the team to disengage this fight. Ice Drake now being started still by 0711. Eyes on the prize, eyes on the objective. Now you have Nomel starting on it, but the Ice Drake now getting the steal for KT Rolster. This is what they did just a while back, and they did it again.
Thank you for the leash, says Katie Rolster Y as they left the scene without any casualties. But J-Team, they have another plan in mind. Death Brush initiated here in topside river. No vision again by KT. Rolster Y teleporting coming. Rattel, the first one to go in. Uh-oh.
Oh, a huge trail of enemy team almost catching up onto Rattel. Thankfully, he's a little bit more mobile. And he looks as he returns safely. But still, they want pressure. KT Rolster wants blood.
Yeah, they want to force a team fight here against KT Rolster. Why they know that they can actually take them down, and they're angry for what happened earlier. 0711 is not feeling it as of the moment. We see more really good smite steals coming in from Doe. And this time around, Zero is starting to hurt as well. Cassian Drains leaving a dent. Those volleys are also hitting the marks on the members of J-Team. There is going to be a pause, and we'll just wait patiently. I mean, this is a good time to reflect and talk about what happened in this game so far. And first thing I want to say is that Doe had good breakfast. Woke up on the right side of the bed right now, because he is just outstanding in those smites.
100%. I mean, 2 steals already from the very first Drake that we had. Wherein J-Team has started the Mountain Drake, I believe, but it was still Doe who was able to take it. And yes, it was 2 deaths upon them that J-Team was able to get value out from, but still, that Drake was phenomenal when it comes to scaling for the team, especially considering that they have Ziggs on the opposing side that could burst out huge amounts of damage in a blink of an eye. And on top of that, the Ice Drake, once again, Daw is doing miracle plays here in game 1.
I mean, Ocean Dragon is not really the best dragon to actually have here in this game. Would have been better if it was the Mountain Dragon that they've gotten for their side. But the Ice Dragon is just perfect, because you have that on both the Kaisa, and you have that on actually every single member here on the side of KT Rolster Y, especially for Luna on that final spark. He is not gonna hesitate spamming that ulti onto anyone, maybe into a wave as well. And given that the global range is just there for the final spark, split push can actually be utilized here and started by KT Rolster Y. That way, maybe they can continue to just group up, force J-Team into answering, maybe sending Dawn 128 into the other side, and then KT can force a fight.
Yeah, and now we're back into the game. So let's see if those expectations can be set in stone once again. And you know what? I stand corrected. It is the Ocean Drake that they were able to steal for the very first objective that they were able to get. And the Mountain Drake was in favor for J-Team for the second Drake. So that's that. It's a little bit unfortunate, as you have stated just a while ago, that Mountain Drake was a lot better, but regardless, 2 Drakes is still 2 Drakes in favor for KT Rolster Y that they could definitely utilize. Now, both Baron laners has crossed eyes. Dawn128 has seen Rattel as well. Both teams has information, and now 0711 along with the rest of the team is now panning themselves on top lane. Now Zero, that HP got melted down with 1 second, and now 0711 just pushed through it, and we're able to take that kill. Zero is gone. Now, a lot more advantage in favor for J-Team as they lost one of their biggest damage dealers for the side of Rolster. Why?
KT thought that it was just a zoning by J-Team, but no, they fully committed onto it and they got the kill.
Now, a bit of a play for tag, just delaying the opposing side as Baron is taken down immediately by J-Team. No time, no breathing room for KT Rolster Y in 18 minutes. And this is what we have mentioned a while ago, how J-Team's capability scales throughout their strength, being strengthened further as the time goes by.
Nomel has a good location right now for a possible flank. Rattel though, not get caught, forces him back just a little bit. Mega Inferno Bomb even invested just to draw them away. And J-Team might actually get this dragon for absolutely free. Rattel wants to contest, but can you actually afford to do so? Given the buff that has been taken already by J-Team right now, DY and the rest are just patiently waiting for whoever is going to be coming against them. They catch him well.
They're turning. No more flash. It has already been used, and Nama is just stuck in a bottom lane, pinned down, and J-Team has secured another kill. Now Zero is in danger as Olaf pushes through 0711 once again. Is the death of Zero, and that is just the power of J-Team. And now Daw has to retreat, has to scour back away because it is JT's time to shine. And 4-man roam into the bottom lane as the inhibitor turret falls down. Now the Nexus will be open. Luna, the only one left standing, being put across, isolated as he falls.
Oh man, they just respect Daw right now. Round 2.
Right back, Stasis Enchant though. Ratel can't kill him. This is the death of them as J-Team obliterates one by one the members of KT Rolster, and another inhibitor turret down in the middle lane. And J-Team, this is their game-ending push as they will strike first in the quarterfinals.
19 minutes and 45 seconds. Much faster than the last time that they have met, and just a perfect way to answer those pressure as well. Because they realize, okay, J-Team's like, Daw is really good at getting those dives and getting those dragons, getting the objectives away from us. Let's just force a team fight, neutralize them, cripple their numbers, and then get an objective. This way, we can just get the objective for absolutely free. And that was the game plan, that was a blueprint, and the execution again is just picture perfect. They get the takedown onto Zero through 0711 since he has a GA and can just stall if ever that GA gets popped. And then they get the Baron. They force the Elder Dragon, they catch Numel, and 0711 catches Zero once again, which is just perfect for J-Team and a nightmare for Zero and KT Rolster Y as well.
Yeah, it's just a consistent tendency of J-Team's playstyle and their patterns in League of Legends Wild Rift. You know what? Take whatever objectives you want. You know, take a couple of kills here in the early mid game, but nevertheless, we're still gonna win it. We take the Baron, we take the Elder Drake. You cannot contest these objectives that we want to get.
Oh man, it's just so good here on the side of the J-Team right now. This is why it's so hard to take them down. The way that they just adjust, adapt is minute by minute. Yeah, you do something great against them, you have to be prepared for them to counter it, because that's how fast they do, that's how fast they adapt in every situation. It's like a big boss on an anime or on a game that suddenly upgrades himself in the middle of the battle. And KT Rolster Y just got met with a big loss right now in this series. Right now, J-Team is match point.
Yeah, and one game away to secure the semi-final spot. And this is the strength that we keep on talking about time and time again on J-Team. And it's 0711, man. It's 0711 who just led the charge for the team. I mean, consistently, Zero was being targeted by the jungler for J-Team. And as soon as 0711 has caught eyes on Zero, he's gone just a second after.
It's the agent 0711 that's just making things possible. And even Autolus and Dash yesterday was just commending 0711 a lot, especially because of his impact. And in this case, in this game, we have seen the same person, the same playstyle, even better actually, as he catches the mid laner here of KT Rolster Y off guard twice. And that's going to be a big blunder here for them. They really need to find, you know, anything that can be fully utilized this time for Zero, because if not, maybe we're gonna be seeing a switch of players here. Maybe Haku will just take over, and it has been good, but what we want to see is Zero coming out of his shell once again. Get that Ultra Instinct form for this guy, because it hasn't been happening just yet.
Yeah, it's a coin flip, right? Can Zero perform in the game and change things around? And that is actually one of the questions I was about to ask you, Gyang, because looking back at how J-Team has performed even yesterday and today as well, you know what? Play a little bit more safe here in the early game. We take objectives later on. We go all in. And when 0711 is already unlocked, we just push through with him. We go and follow his lead. And now the question is, Gyang, what does KT Rolster have to do to change things around and put the game in their favor?
I don't think the Lux pick was that much efficient or that good as they intended to do so. Yes, that there were a couple of changes that were made to make this more efficient, but in this case, if you could compare it towards the Ziggs, it's still very favorable to Pan. 30,000 damage compared to the 13,000 damage of Luna, and we see Zero poking out through those Void Seekers, but Yetzi still was the one taking it in terms of the damage charge as well. That just shows how efficient J-Team is as a team. And maybe a different set of roles here on the champions will be necessary. Yeah. Maybe picking up the Karma could have been much better here for KT Rolster Y, so that they can also help out the other players on their side, like Rattel on the Renekton and Do as the Volibear. I think that's just small change that can be in good synergy as well, can lead to a good result as well against J-Team.
Yeah, and it's just bounced them back, right? Looking back or recalling the bans that we have seen from this game number 1, it was KT Rolster Y that banned away Ashe, that banned away Corki, and then you know what? J-Team was so confident. Let's pick up the Ziggs and we're good to go. And they banned away Varus right after.
Oh man, 0711 getting the MVP as well. It's just well deserved. A classic performance here by the jungler of J-Team, and we're going to be looking forward to seeing more of him as well. It's so hard to take him out because he has a vast champion pool. He hasn't even picked up the Evelynn just yet, and the results are still amazing.
Yeah, he could go on this Olaf that we have seen. Evelynn yesterday, he brought out. He could also go for the Assassin champion, so it is going to be a tough time for KT Rolster.
Before we go into game 2, we are just gonna go into a short break, Infinity. And guys, we'll be back after this as a short break, and we'll see you again later on.
Name's Horn. No further pleasantries needed. All I need is myself and hammer.
Welcome back once again for all the Wilder fans out there. We are back here for game number 2 of Series 1 in quarterfinals. My name is Infinity and there's Gang with me. And as we have seen from that game 1, it was a landslide win coming in from J-Team that obliterated KT Rolster out of proportion.
KT Rolster Y was doing really well in the early game, not gonna lie. Taking 2 dragons and also getting a couple of picks that helped them mitigate the gold lead that J-Team was building. But after the adjustment of J-Team, it was just, the end was inevitable, as if KT cannot do anything anymore, and they really need to step up in this game. We have to see a change on Zero. We have to see a different champion being picked up here by Luna in accordance to whatever is left open here by J-Team because the bans are always on point. In the previous game, we saw a lot of targets towards Luna. We have seen a big target as well on Zero, especially on the Akali and on the Zed. And pick up that Garen is just a cherry on top on how they want to render Zero useless here.
It was huge respects, as you have stated as well. Akali, Zed being removed, and yeah, I like how you mentioned about the picks and bans, because looking back as well, from what we've mentioned during the end phase, from that game number 1, we've talked about how Ashe is being banned. You have Corki being banned, and then followed through J-Team banning away Varus as well, now forcing the hand for KT Rolster to pick something else, and that decision brought out Lux for them in the bottom lane.
I really love the Volibear though. I think though on this champion, it's just amazing. The entries are always on point. There were times that he used it defensively to escape, which is unfortunate because J-Team will time your ultimate in accordance to what they actually want to get as an objective. And they got a lot of towers, they got a lot of, they got a dragon and good fights actually through those timers as well. That has to be something that KT needs to be ready, because every time they make a mistake, J-Team is just gonna punish them.
Yeah, and something has to give, something has to be new here coming in from KT Rolster. It's one game away. It is J-Team who will secure the semi slot up against NGX. Can KT Rolster change the tides, and can they make it to game 3 in the best of 3 series here in the quarterfinals?
That is for us to find out, and the rest of the squad that is just supporting these players right now. Yetzi, of all people, is going to be swapped out. Is this true? Who's going to go in? It's going to be Barry. Barry's back? Yo! Welcome back, Barry. Or is there going to be a switcheroo in terms of Pan and Barry as well? Because we haven't seen Barry on the mid lane, but this time, J-Team is just basically flexing on KT right now.
They just have that capability to do so. I mean, Pan coming in for the mid lane, goes into the bottom lane. You have so much flexibility when it comes to not just the champions, but also the players. And this is also one of the strengths as well for J-Team. The adaptability, their champion pool coming into these games is giving them so much benefit. Now, the big question would be, would Barry be the game changer that will secure J-Team their semi slot, or can KT Rolster change things around this time that you have a switch in players?
Oh man, I'm just thrilled to see what J-Team has set in store for us right now. Barry is back after so long. It has been like a month, possibly 2 months since we have last seen J-Team. One of the reasons why he was replaced, because Pan just has so much stability, especially on APC champions. And it was the necessary change that J-Team needed to do to have in order to break their limits, getting multiple wins. And basically, Pan is just like a cherry on top for J-Team. Right now, as Barry is back, this might be the change that we should be looking towards KT, but we see it on J-Team.
Yeah, and I like the Gragas hover here coming from J-Team. This is really, really strong as a support for DY. He has shown his prowess just yesterday. Now, KT Rolster Y has a lot of options. You have Kaisa open, Fiora also open if they want to go for the top lane. Lock-in, Alistar is also open as the support for KT Rolster Y. There is a lot of options this time around for the red side for KT Rolster.
They still go with the Kaisa here, possibly for Zero. Do can get this champion up though if he wants to be the one to take control of this, because I personally want to see this Akali on Zero. His playstyle is just similar to how Z performs on the Akali as well. And right now it is open. It's too early to call the shots to take this champion now, but he has to find a way to eventually get it, because J-Team, if we go towards this second banning phase, we just know that this Akali is gonna get taken away, possibly even the Garen as well.
Yeah, and J-Team's gonna go double down on one of their biggest damage dealers just a while back from game number 1. Zig's gonna be locked in as well. However, Jax would be the change after draft. We asked for something new, and they have shown something. KT Rolster Y picking up the Aatrox as well this time around, changing it up for game 2.
Oh man, I can recall from yesterday as well where Dawn had just the biggest zone control against KT Rolster Y that rendered them useless as well. And this is just going to be that blueprint, the plan again by J Team. The Aatrox is just amazing. There has been a tone up on this champion just recently on this patch as well, just increasing the damage of the World Ender, the bonus damage, by 10%, which is huge in retrospect. But is it enough to actually defeat the likes of J Team is the question. I don't think so. I think there still needs to be that proper synergy coming in from the rest of the team, and we have to see Zero as well on his signature champions.
Yeah, and we have to wait. However, Akali and Zed already removed. You asked for signature champions, but J Team doesn't want to see it. This time, you still have Jace open. Lucian's still open as well. If KT Rolster wants to put Kai'Sa in the bottom lane, they could go for these champions as well available for them. J Team, however, still has one ban available, as KT Rolster already banned Olaf and Volibear in the second phase ban.
So, well, Garen's available. Maybe KT can take it for Ratel at the very least. So it's not really his preferred champions. At times, we do see it being fully utilized, but I think this champion is just much better. Get the Xin Zhao, get that isolation, so that you have an answer back towards J Team as well. We have seen a lot of just really good plays coming in from talented Xin Zhao players, and right now the frontline power of KT Rolster Y is just supreme.
Yeah, and I love what I'm seeing here, Giyang. You have Zeri now locked in, and you know what? The mid lane is now Barry, former Dragon laner as well for J Team. So there's a lot of capability coming in from Barry this time around to utilize this champion. Regardless, J Team is poised here for game 2 to battle it out up against KT Rolster for that semi spot. But KT answered back with a Corki.
So it's going to be Kai'Sa into the mid lane, Corki as their Dragon laner. We have the Aatrox for Ratel. I think this is good. If there's a player that can just fully utilize a flex pick, a flex champion, it is going to be Ratel. I can still remember the first time that we have seen him pick up the Ornn and land a triple kill, answering that a 3-man dive of Nigma Galaxy. That's just how strong he is. When KT Rolster Y is being pushed back on the brink of destruction, this guy steps up.
Yeah, and stepping up is something that they have to do if they want to continue to take this into game number 3. KT Rolster Y now brink of pressure and a brink of defeat. Losing one more would put their dreams away to go to the semis and have a chance for the grand finals spot. J Team 1 game away as well to take the semi spot, as we are moments away from game number 2. Can KT Rolster do the miracle this time here today?
That is the question, that big question that we have right now. Who will prevail, right? Can J Team finally hammer the final nail in the coffin here for KT Rolster Y and take them away from this tournament as well? Or will we see KT put up another fight and extend this game, extend this series for the 3rd match? Because that is the goal right now, and we see really good signs of life coming in from KT Rolster Y. Cheers from the crowd. Amazing.
Absolutely fantastic. I mean, a while ago in game number 1, a lot of potential, as you have stated here in the early game. Can they do it once more? Early game and mid game would be that perspective that KT Rolster Y having so much advantage just a while back, getting 2 objectives. Can they do it again?
I love the prioritization of our CM teams on Zeri. It's just on a different dimension whenever they pick it up. And we do see right now, Barry having a time of his life. Welcome back, Barry, by the way. And we hope to see really good performance on him right now as he tries to redeem himself as well here for J Team. KT Rolster Y on the Aatrox Ratel, doing a really good job here in the Baron lane nonetheless. Against the Jax, it's going to be much easier since the counter strike is gonna be almost negligible against an Aatrox. All he needs to do is land those darkened blades onto him, clear the wave. This is gonna be fine.
And I like how you mentioned about this area as well. Going to be priority for CN teams. And I think that is also a reflection coming into the playstyle of J Team to be more specific, because Zeri is never going to carry early. Zeri is a scaling champion, needs a lot of items to be able to stronghold the opposing side, to stronghold a specific lane. And from what we have seen from J Team, they did just that from game 1. And if they can do it once, they can do it again.
And they have seen someone be able to carry and close out the game in a very fast manner as well, right? KBG yesterday against J Team as well. Andran had a really good performance, topping the charts in terms of damage as well in just 14 minutes. The game was close within 14 minutes. And right now, maybe J Team wants to have that. Barry has an idea that he can just fully utilize his champion, pressure down the members of KT Rolster Y, force him back. Even if they have double pokes, they can just burst him out.
Yeah, and that's good information coming in from Nomel. Getting that Scarius Bloom, has seen where 0711 would be. And that just states, you know what, we do not want to go over aggressive. Yes, we can damage and yes, we can poke, but we do not want to go overboard. And this is just the power of information. And getting those wards set in stone, you need the Rift Cutlers as well to give you free vision, free information. That is going to be such a crucial thing to utilize for both sides.
Sometimes you don't see it happening.
Zero, now being assassinated, wants to go for the engage. Killer Instinct gains a little bit more sustainability. As Zero turns it around, as first blood secured for KT Rolster. Now Barry is in danger, forcing out the flash as well to go back to safety. But what a turnaround for KT Rolster.
Oh, begging for the bomb. Yeah, well, it's not gonna. Well, nothing is gonna happen there.
Nomel!
What? Well, Nomel just is happy taking that kill. Once again, we see 2 kills being taken by KT Rolster Y. This is perfect.
UI has information though, and now 0711 wants to get them back, and they want to get those blood as Nomel is now pushed back in with explosive cast as 0711 goes for the finish.
2 for 1, not really bad here for KT Rolster Y. Now we're starting to see them get a bit of a gold lead against J Team. I want to see a replay of what happened a while ago because that was just perfect. Zero Killer Instinct surviving a Cat and Rain to take down 0711. We will see that just one more time because it was actually a good stealthy play by 0711, but they haven't included that he will be there as well. Killer Instinct commenced, flash out, gets a Cat and Drain, almost even got the kill onto Barry as well. Had it been Zero just being a little healthier, they could have landed the damage onto Barry, but Nomel being there to just get the skill is just top tier.
Yeah, and looking at the flip side as well, how Nomel just got into the backside, went for the hunt, and he's just killing it out there in the back lines, and Barry being defeated here in early on, and the jungle also getting a bitter taste of KT Rolster's power here in the early game is not a good sign. And KT Rolster is looking phenomenal here in 4 minutes.
I love seeing this from KT Rolster Y. We were begging to see them perform well and go out of their limits. This is a way to do so. Counter out the engages here of 0711, get a couple of picks, get a couple of lead, and have Rattel just be safe here in the Baron lane so that he can get that influence later on.
Explosive cast. Rattel is now in danger, forcing out the World Ender along with a flash as well, but no escape. It is Barry who catches him up. A kill for JT.
That was too greedy coming in from Rattel. Knowing already that the Gragas was there, he should have backed off and kept his distance.
So much damage! No way!
Oh!
So close, and yet it came through. Pan with a Mega Inferno Bomb still secured the kill.
Big punish coming from J Team, 2 kills, and an RH being spawned here into the mid lane. The charge is going to commence even if you push him back. That's a lot of gold injected to J Team.
Phenomenal play still. The defense is still up by KT Rolster in the mid lane, and now Nomel attempts to go for the engage to delay them, knock them up, and now DY is isolated, but still a healthy champion to fight up and isolate. Now Killer Instinct coming in from Zero. It takes 4 members to take him down, and KT Rolster answered back.
1 in exchange for 2 plus the Herald. Charge into the mid lane as well. Just perfect still here for J Team. Goal lead from 1,000 gold deficit. Now a 1,500 gold lead by J Team. this is how economic J-Team is just as a team. They're just so efficient. They're able to just muster up the strength and get as much objectives as they can. Maybe kills, maybe towers, maybe plates, or just macro plays is always on point here for J-Team. Don answering back, preventing a push here from KT Rolster Y. Again, this is how they operate. They have multiple members on top side as well to secure the tower against Repel.
Yeah, and it's just KT Rolster's moneymaker in the early game and in the mid game. And such a good Mega Inferno Bomb. The macro knowledge coming in from these players, coming in from J-Team, denied the push coming in from KT Rolster Y in the bottom lane. And instead, J-Team answers with a turret of their own on top side.
Yeah, they're getting a lot of gold, chunking down the tower in the top lane into half. And KT, oh, okay, still unsuccessful. Isolation was there, no follow-up indeed.
0711
though.
Oh, the knockup coming from Ratel. Denied an engage from 0711. Forced them to go back away. They cannot fight Ratel under the turret. No more wave as well to just sponge the damage coming from the turret. It was just good knockups coming in from Aatrox.
KT was able to take the tower in the bottom lane in the end as well. Is just amazing to see. The dedication by KT to equalize a gold is perfect for them to have that fire within them still here in this game and in this series, but it's not done just yet. They need more. They need to take this second dragon. It is going to be the Cloud Dragon, very similar to how it was in game number 1. If they get this, it's going to be huge.
Yeah, we'll see if that can happen. Right now, J-Team once again, the master of macros, gets another turret in the bottom lane. Our KT Rolster Y still leading the charge when it comes to gold lead. I mean, rather, instead, it is J-Team who has the lead. 3k gold lead just from the turrets alone.
Yeah, because as well, it's just better translated into more resources, but...
Yeah, the damage coming in from the backside. DY is there, steadily waiting, and that is the turnaround that J-Team wants. Nomal is now in danger as 0711 is waiting, and now jumps over the wall, catching up, is going for the chase as Nobel is slowed. Yeah, Very to finish him up. 2 kills down the drain for J-Team.
Want more as well. The cast will be there, but no follow-up as well. They're happy with the 2 kills that they have gotten already because they can just get more resources, get the waves cleared out. We have a huge wave building in the bottom lane as well. KT just becoming too ambitious in that top side a while ago. They should have respected the rotations capable on the side of J-Team because they just recently cleared out bot. And they wanted to answer into the top lane eventually. Looking at the gold difference over time, it's just better, more efficient on J-Team once more. We see this replay again in just a perfect way to utilize those skills from the Ziggs and from the Alistar. And, or from the Gragas rather. And Numel just getting caught as well into the very end. It's just another bonus that Barry was also the one who got the kill. So gold injection just perfect. Look at the funneling of gold. Because this Zeri is starting to be online as well.
Yeah, 100%. And this is what we talked about, how J-Team's macro is on point consistently each and every single game. Regardless if KT Rolster Y wants to go for more of a push in the bottom lane, J-Team is looking for more value on the opposite side of the map. So much consistent farming of gold, so much consistent income for J-Team throughout this game.
Right now, J-Team is wanting to get a flank, another flank here onto the side of KT Rolster Y. That's a package used. Zero is left behind.
Zero's isolated. Has to fall back a bit. Very low on HP, and he doesn't want to take that risk. But now you have DY coming into the opposite side. Explosive cast will not connect onto anyone. And that's just a signal for J-Team to not go for the engage.
We haven't seen Ratel yet in the mix on any of the fights. Maybe it's time for him to be involved as well because now J-Team is threatening for the second dragon. But KT can just give this away. I think it's more logical to give this towards J-Team for now since they took too much damage from the bottom lane fight. And they have to really go back into the base first.
Yeah, Kaisa didn't have any more HP. The rest of the crew was also scattered around and having a damage of their own, so they wouldn't be on a good state if they go for the contest on the Ice Drake. So it's a free objective coming for the side of J-Team, and once again, know what? Get the early game, we're gonna get the late game.
This is the power of the Corki and the Kaisa and the Aatrox as well. That is something that J-Team has to give a lot of respect. Even if they have the Jax, yes, this is really strong in terms of split push. But in team fights, there's a lot of ways that the Aatrox of Ratel can actually just strive. And since we haven't seen him just yet be involved, that is the biggest mystery of all here in this matchup right now.
Yeah, and at the moment, it's just going in for the macro, wave management, how KT Rolster Y could deny the wave pushes coming in from J-Team across the map. If you're looking at the map, in the minimap rather, Jax is in the bottom lane. You have the push coming in from Ziggs in the mid lane. You have top lane also being utilized by Barry quite well, shoving it around and getting that farm up and running.
Right now, J-Team just looking for a snipe. There's the Invi. Scary. He jumps. Oh, that is just so scary coming in from J-Team. KT is just forced back. That is how scary J-Team is right now at the state of the game. 0711 does not hesitate going in. He knows that there is going to be the follow-up from the rest of the squad. Like I mentioned, they have to be extra careful all the time.
Nomel though, don't need to go for the counter engage, but 0711 is just around the corner. If they go all in, J-Team will answer back, and KT Rolster is just pinned down on a corner. They cannot do anything. Even going into their own jungle is a risk.
Yeah, because there's always a threat of DY setting up. There's always a threat of the burst coming from
there we go.
7-11.
Not anymore. DY now in front, being in the front lines of this team fight. KT Rolster Y playing a bit more patiently. 0711 jumping over the wall. Nomel is really low as Doug gets slowed down by Zeri. But that is just enough for J-Team to push them back. Baron is open.
Yeah, a lot of ults has been expended by both team though. Both squads though. Ratel is here. He wants to stop them. Nomel is here too.
Wildender could be open. Nomel jumping in. They have face check. They have information. Who's gonna take it? It is going to be J-Team who takes the Baron Nashor in their favor. And KT Rolster cannot do nothing. It is J-Team who had the objective, and they are just forced to retreat. So much damage as well coming in from Pan.
Unfortunately for Do, a second late in that teleport. But
is here, looking to get those trades, looking to get values. 0711 is looking to run, and now Corki is gone. The trade is there. Regardless, J-Team is still on top of their game.
Yeah, it's just so efficient. It's just so difficult to take them down. 6,000 gold lead now on the hands of this blue side team, and KT is just so confused in what to do as of the moment. The way that J-Team is just taking control of every single part of this map is just perfect for them to make sure they get the upper hand all the time. And with the Baron buff, it's pretty much more possible. Dawn is split pushing. There's a mid.
Could be the final fight. This could be the game-ending fight coming in from J-Team as they isolate Nomel, being slowed down. You have Barry producing a lot of damage, still going to be safe. That is a miracle for them, but they still have a hurdle to overcome. It is the Baron Nashor now pushing on two lanes, mid and bottom lane.
Mid lane gonna fall, bottom lane is still safe, but this is still a lead that J-Team is extending right now. And one objective is again available in the next few seconds, Infernal Dragon. And if J-Team gets it, this is going to be a huge buff for them, and to increase their damage, increase their cooldown reduction as well. It's just perfect. Every single member is ahead against the counterparts here on KT. And right now, they're just being forced to be desperate to contest.
And now, Infernal Drake being set in stone for both teams. Daw is there as well, ready to contest. Mega Infernal Bomb, so much damage. Daw's HP is gone, is already half, and now it is 0711 and DY just on the front. They are gone, every single one obliterated and erased from this game. And Nomel has to run, Nomel has to hide as Nexus is the target by Dawn. But no, it is not over yet. Noma's still alive, the lone survivor for the team. Barry in 0711 though has the plan to delay him to return, and J-Team will be the team that defies KT Rolster Y their dream, and they will proceed to the semifinals where NGX is waiting.
First time that they have met in day one, 17 minutes on both of the games. This time, it is just better as well. below 20 minutes, and then a 16-minute game of flawless execution as well. J-Team will be the one to face against Nigma Galaxy later on.
Such an amazing moment for J-Team. One of the strongest globally in the world. Top 2 last year in Icons Global. And their prowess is showing. Their knowledge of the game is showing right at the get-go here in Final Season 1 for WRLA.
One step away, right? They're just getting closer and closer towards the goal of battling against Keep Best Gaming once and for all, for the last time as well. But they have to face against Nigma Galaxy first. This win is the first step. This is the way to get the momentums rolling, get that first big boost in terms of energy as well. Because a 2-0 swift victory is the way to go. You leave almost no room to be analyzed here by the team that is gonna face you, which is Nigma Galaxy, because there's not much mistakes that actually were made here by J-Team. We saw more on the side of KT, in which they are always being drawn to be desperate to respond into a specific location, and then J-Team catches them off guard.
Yeah, no stones left unturned. It was J-Team once again showing their power. And Barry, you know what? Regardless if they got the switch on Barry coming in to play in the mid lane, still capable enough into showing his knowledge and his experience all throughout the past years in League of Legends Wild Rift competitive scene. And once again, he has shown power in the hands of playing Zeri this time around for Game 2.
It's just perfect, man. Barry, welcome back, Barry. This is the way to go as well. His Zeri performance is just pristine, and I can't wait to see the battle of J-Team against Nigma Galaxy as well, because, I mean, maybe we will see Barry again into the mid lane. Zeri is, Yatsi is really good, and his performance on the Zeri as well was really well as well. But Barry can add that, you know, that surprise factor in which right now there's not much information on him in the mid lane, so that can be a tool that J-Team can actually have against Nigma Galaxy later on. KT, well, for K-Team, it's just a little bit unfortunate for them. They weren't able to redeem themselves. This is basically 5 games by J-Team that they have won against K-Team, and no games that K-Team were able to win against J-Team as well. And they will be leaving the tournament. They had a good run, but it is the end for now.
Yeah, tips our hats to KT Rolster for a phenomenal reach here into the final season 1 in WRLA. But right now, 3 Titans remain. NGX, J-Team, and KBG left in the finals, where KBG is waiting in the grand finals, and coming into the semis, it is NGX waiting for J-Team. And it will definitely be a blast, because this will be the vengeance for J-Team, as yesterday it was NGX who beat them to a pulp. Can they make a difference here today for the semis?
I mean, Nigma Galaxy, right? They were able to fully neutralize 0-7-11 in the match that they had. And also they were able to pick up the blue side in order to get the leverage in terms of first pick as well. Maybe that's something that J-Team will be preparing later on. Since it is going to be a best of 3, a best of 5 rather, lots of opportunities again to adjust and recalibrate themselves. But in this game, we see more of a calibration on the side of J-Team. Such efficiency on every single member here. Barry dealt 14,000 damage. Pan dealt a lot, of course, as a Ziggs. But the rest of the squad has been really sticking towards their roles.
Yeah, and this is no unique expectations when it comes to the damage contribution of each of these players. Pan leading the damage category of 23k as usual, as Ziggs is such a powerhouse in the damage category. But when it comes to the jungle matchup, it is 0-7-11 who led the team overall up against KT Rolster, why similar to how he did in game number 1. Barry has shown prowess as well, has shown confidence coming into this game 2 when he got swapped with Yezi.
Hopefully we do see an evolved version in the near future here for KT Rolster. Why? Because we have seen a lot of good plays coming from them in so many days, months that we have been here in this tournament. DY getting MVP, definitely well deserved. And this is his 8th MVP as well. His place, his cast, body stamp was just almost picture perfect in every single time. Catching the members of KT Rolster Y and leaving no chances for them to just escape.
Yeah, and this is one of his most active practice champion pool throughout the competitive scene. DY with that Gragas is hands down one of the greatest supports that we have seen here today. But can he push that into the grand finals? Can he push that to take the championship title? Still the question up in the air right now as they will proceed in the semis up against NGX.
So the question we have right now is, what's next for J-Team? What will be their surprise this time around that we have seen against KT? What will be the surprise that J-Team has yet in store in their pockets right now against Nigma Galaxy? Because you have to really have a lot of surprises in this playoffs right now, in this finals, because every time you have that pocket pick, you have that change, the other teams are gonna take note. And you need to be able to just get another one that can surprise the next opponents that you will have.
Yeah, and I like how you mentioned about surprises, because definitely there will be surprises being in store by NGX. They are cooking something up later in a best of 5 series up against J-Team, similar to how they did just yesterday in a best of 1 series up against them. Can they continue their victory up against the stronghold team, the Titans of League of Legends Wild Rift? And it is such an exciting moment for every single one, not just for the players, but for the viewers watching at home as well.
I mean, being the only APAC team to actually get a win against J-Team is a big honor for sure for Nigma Galaxy. And their goal is to just do it for the second time.
All right, you know what? Expectations have been set. Semifinals now on the horizon. We're just gonna take a short break, but don't go away, because when we come back, it is game time.
Name's Horn. No further pleasantries needed. All I need is myself and hammer. Split mountains with my roar! All will crumble! You cannot kill a storm! Horn. No further pleasantries needed. All I need is myself and hammer. mountains with my roar! All will crumble!
Tell me I'll have your world. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead when, even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Idolize, idolize, that's a word game. I am sick of the grip of my thin frame. You can call me my first and my last name. When did I become such an ingrate? Toe to toe, shoe to shoe, I'm a shoelace. I'm a fraud, I'm a zoo in a dark place. Why do I even try to pretend that I can rhyme good? Oh well, I guess. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your world. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead when, even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun.
So you must think you are the sufferer on this earth. So you must think you having trouble finding who you are. So you must think you are the only one. So you must think you shouldn't be here. Waking now, so much have to be understand. Break it down, shut it up and drag me out. So you must think you are nothing more than this way. So you must think you having trouble finding where's the air. So you must think you are the only one. So you must think you shouldn't be here. Waking now, so much have to be understand. Break it down, shut it up and drag me out.
的，感谢。
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
拿下下一个第一，
Lyrical violence.
要比你们都闪耀。
Team mình chỉ cần bé mèo này thôi là đủ quẩy team bạn rồi.
给点新颜色，小小。
Lyrical violence.
机器上的打野挥发，历经2个赛季的沉浮，终于是完成了自己的回归。
我说过我会回来的。
任凭浪起。 The Titans of Wild Rift, J-Team, who was hindered a championship title last year by Nova, this time around, they're poised and ready to go, wanting to go to the grand finals. The opposite side, we have the hometown hero NGX in the semis-finals. Can they beat the Titans that is now waiting? I'm Infinity and this is Giyang, and welcome everyone to the semi-finals of WRLA Asia Season 1.
This is going to be exciting. This time it's no longer a best of 1, not a best of 3, but it is a best of 5 series between Nigma Galaxy and J-Team as well. Yesterday they have met, but Nigma Galaxy was very much prepared even against that Evelyn of 0711, and we have seen them be the team that is stacking the dragons. 3 dragon stacks taken by Nigma Galaxy. They're always prepared on whatever angle 0711 will come from. And great tracking as well that actually allowed them to not only reign against 0711 but the rest of J-Team as well, securing that win in 23 minutes and 34 seconds. And during the interview as well, Draw confirmed it because Autolus said that the performance of NGX was as if that Nigma Galaxy was baiting the Evelyn. It was confirmed by Draw as well during the interview, and that just says a lot about Nigma Galaxy.
And speaking of Nigma Galaxy, we have Hyde, Justchi, Aaron, Demon Kite, Draw. The lineup for Nigma Galaxy is ready to go. I mean, Justchi, as we all know, one of the best junglers in Southeast Asia, if not the world, has been contracted by one of the CN teams and is now being part of NGX, being part of Nigma Galaxy, showing his power across the world. And once again, one chance to go to the grand finals, spot a lot of stakes on the line for this team.
I mean, what a storyline, right? Not only for Justchi, but the rest of the squad here of Nigma Galaxy as well, being invited to be part of a CN team. But right now, they're in China, representing not the CN team, but their very own team here in the Philippines. And Pasay, Nigma Galaxy just flexing their muscles right now. Big flex on their mid laner Aaron as well, having the highest champions used here in this tournament right now with just outstanding performance as well. Justchi having a jungle diff performance yesterday, as well as securing more dragons, all of the dragons rather, against 0711 is just perfect on how Nigma Galaxy is just able to perform in the midst of that kind of contention. And right now, they're going to be contested once more because they're the ones who secured this spot in the semifinals, being the top 2 team just below KBG. J-Team has to find a way to answer back against Nigma.
Yeah, and as we all know, looking back yesterday from how Nigma Galaxy performed up against this team, up against J-Team in the finals placements in the round robin, they have what it takes to be able to beat down these Titans. And speaking of which, J-Team, Dawn 128 on top, Jungle 0711, mid lane Berry, Dragon lane Pan, and support DUI.
We have seen an introduction a while ago by Berry in the second game against KT Rolster Y, having an astounding performance on his Zeri performance a while ago. And right now, he is going to be playing once again here on J-Team squad to again surprise Nigma Galaxy on his return in the Rift as well. This is going to be so exciting. I missed seeing Berry perform, honestly, because he made really good playstyles. He was actually the one participating a lot in the fight for side as well. And he was the one getting the wins too for J-Team. So big factor here in this tournament as well, especially in this semifinals battle towards getting that final spot against Keepes Gaming. They need every bit of energy, they need every bit of knowledge, information, and weakness on the enemy side that they can just exploit here in the series.
And they head-to-head once again, the player that you have stated, the Let the Charge 0711 up against Justchi rather in the jungle. Both players, phenomenal background, such a decorated experience for both sides, and once again a battle of both jungles, a battle of both kings of who will be the best in the jungle role.
I mean, absolutely, we have to Nigma Galaxy has to always take note of 0711's Evelyn, Kha'Zix, maybe the Lee Sin as well. And right now, we do see Justchi performing not only well on the Lee Sin, on the Kha'Zix, on those aggressive champions like the Xin Zhao as well, but also yesterday with the Yone, landing an MVP performance and getting so many good initiations against J-Team. And right now, that has to be taken into consideration by J-Team as well. There's a lot of changes, there's a lot of surprises that they have set in store for this game. We have seen Demon Kite performing really well on standard ADCs, one of the best ADC players that the Philippines has ever produced is here on Nigma Galaxy, to be battling against Pan, the former mid laner here of the J-Team as well, alongside with Barry too, because he was the ADC of J-Team as well before Pan took over.
Yeah, it's such a momentous moment as well for all these teams, all these players. I mean, not just Demon Kite, Justchi as well, being a player for various teams before year number 1 in the professional scene in League of Legends Wild Rift. And Demon Kite is no stranger to that as well, performing at the highest level in the past, and now is part of the banner of Nigma Galaxy. I mean, such an amazing moment, such amazing head-to-head. Demon Kite before has been playing a lot of Vaynes in year 1. Right now, a lot more flexibility on his pocket, a lot of flexibility to his name, and Pan as well coming in from mid lane.
I mean, we have seen Demon Kite for such a long time already on starting from small community tournaments here in the Philippines to the Icon series here in the Philippines, and then to the bigger tournaments, especially after he was invited by Nigma Galaxy to be on their squad as well. So big responsibility yet again here, not only for Demon Kite but the rest of the squad of Nigma Galaxy as they face J-Team once more. This is going to be very exciting, but also very scary for sure, because J-Team keeps on evolving. This is a team that is really hard to take down twice, and no team was actually able to take down twice here in this tournament so far. That's how formidable they are. Nigma Galaxy has to step up. J-Team is slowly stepping up, recently just winning against KT.
And here we go. As we jump into the draft, only one team can make it into the grand finals, an opportunity, a dream that all players want. And now we are here. The best foot should be placed, the best plays should be made here today in the semi-finals. J-Team up against NGX for Game 1.
Best plays, best calls as well, and best kind of counter plays that they can make in the split-second moments here is just going to be so important. Minor things become major things as it stacks up. And in this case, there's a lot of things that can stack up here in this matchup right now. It's a potential 5-game series that we are going to be seeing here between Nigma Galaxy and J-Team, where everything is on the line. Whoever wins this will face off against Keep Best Gaming in the grand finals tomorrow. We see the coaches here on the side of Nigma Galaxy, Stigi, Coach Vansu, and we see as well the players just ready here in this matchup against J-Team.
Now let us set the stage for the viewers watching at home. Giang, we all know NGX capability on beating the best teams here right now in WRLA. Set me or paint me a picture of some expectations that we could see in the draft.
Explosive is always the way to go here for Nigma Galaxy. That has been their color in all the tournaments that they have joined. It was contested by a lot of teams here from APAC and from CN Confidence during the regular season and into the playoffs as well. But right now they're finding their group. Look at the impact that Justy had just from their last match against J-Team. It's the first ban by J-Team just because of his influence. That's how scary Nigma Galaxy can get.
Yeah, and Camille is also open. This is one of the champions that had defeated J-Team just a day back. And NGX wants to remove it and don't want to give it to J-Team. Orn banned away as well, along with Kha'Zix and Yone.
Are they gonna ban out the Alistar? Yeah, they do. So that will give them, or give Nigma Galaxy a big pressure to maybe ban in the Gragas and leave another champion open. Varus is ready and available as well. The Evelyn of 0711 is also open. Here, what will be the champion that J-Team can get? Most probably, it's going to be something like a Ziggs or a Varus as their starter for ban or Berry. It looks like the Ziggs is just the way to go here. It's just so stable, especially with the buff up, the small buff that this champion has received over the course of time. It's just an effective champ that you can use every single time. You want to have that turret advantage, you want to have that split push advantage, wave clear, big burst. It's all there.
Yeah, and you know what? NGX answered with a classic of their own. Nautilus is being picked up this time around, along with a Jace as their prio. A lot of flexibility on their draft so far. However, J-Team potentially answering with a Volibear off their own.
Oh man, this is just so exciting. We just saw this from KT a while ago, in which Daw managed to steal out 2 Dragon stacks away from J-Team. With a phenomenal entry, phenomenal execution as well. The Jack's going to be picked up as well here for Dawn 128, in which in game number 2 against K-Team, he had a really good performance against KT as well. And everything, again, taken into consideration, and also channeled here for this match is why J-Team is just so hard to take down. They're like really good, man. They're just perfect in every single way, and they're just so methodical, very manipulative in positionings as well, able to win a team fight without fully committing on to it as well. But this time, they have tools to fully commit.
Yeah, and you know what? Looking at the draft, NGX's draft, really flexible. Riven, Jace, Nautilus, these are flexible champions, and either way, NGX could go somewhere else for their final 2 picks. As when it comes to the second phase bans, Galio and Ashe removed away from the champion queue.
If J-Team doesn't get the Gwen taken out here, maybe that can be a path that Nigma Galaxy can have, because even yesterday we have seen a big counter towards the Jax, and it has been like one of the champions that you can use effectively against the Jax as well, because Counter Strike does nothing to you. Varus is going to be prioritized though. The Chain of Corruption is such a big deal to negate the front lines here of J-Team, but they do give out the Kaisa, which is just perfect for the pokes, for the follow-ups. Killer Instinct as well is going to be there. Nigma Galaxy picking up the Lucian though as their last pick. It's just perfect for Aaron.
Yeah, and you know what? Now it is time. Varus and Lucian being locked in. This could be the moment that we have Just Chi play with Jace once more here today. This is the flexibility that they had from their draft. Game number 1 locked in when it comes to the champion pools that they have in this game. And Giyang, all excitement from here on out and all bloodshed coming into the Rift just soon enough.
And again, we see the playstyle of Nigma Galaxy again, just from the champions that they have picked up. It's aggression, aggression, aggression. They have some pokes, yes, especially with the Shock Blast from the Jace, from the Culling on Aaron's Lucian, and also from the arrows here later on from Demon Kite's Varus. It's well complete. The only thing that is lacking from them a little bit is crowd control. Yes, there is a chain of corruption. Yes, there is a depth charge coming from the Nautilus and some knockups and stuns here from the Ribbon, but there's no really long suppression that they actually have, especially to prevent 0711 and Dawn 128 from going in. They really need to take into consideration how mobile J-Team's lineup is and time it perfectly, because if they make the smallest mistake, again, this is J-Team. They can exploit anything that you make.
Yeah, and here it goes. J-Team versus NGX. Game 1 for the semifinals. Only one team can make it to the grand finals where KBG is currently waiting. This is it. This is the moment as we jump into the Rift. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. And as you have mentioned just a while back, when we were coming into this game number 1, the CCs are a bit lacking for the side of NGX. It is very crucial for them to utilize Riven, to utilize the Varus, and to utilize Nautilus really well coming into this game.
I think one of the ways that Nigma Galaxy can effectively win a team fight, similar to J-Team, is through the poke. Similar to how MMA works. Right? There is the low kicks. When you have a big opponent, you target the knees, you target the legs, and prevent movement happening from your enemy. And that's how you can effectively pin them down. Similar to in this game as well, through the pokes, if you can chip down the HP bars of the enemy team, that's when you can actually die them later on, or even just force them back. That's how J-Team was able to win against KT Rolster a while ago. Pinning them down, getting their HP very low, having them spend their utilities in order to neutralize them, and that's how they got the initial objectives too.
Yeah, and objectives as well is going to be really crucial, as you have mentioned, how they're able to take them down later on. Especially looking at J-Team, it's a little bit more of an opposite edge in comparison to the side of NGX. They have Braum, they have Jax, a lot of CCs, the knockback coming in from Ziggs. You also have Volibear to follow through. So a lot of CC chain that we could expect coming in from this team if they want to go aggressive in mid-game, late game. But so far, everything is on a quiet roll. A stalemate for now. No one wants to go aggressive.
It's almost it seems like whoever goes in recklessly, like this,
This is what we talked about. The satchel charge coming from Ziggs has the potential to isolate a member from the opposing side, and that they did, but no kills so far, no first bloods being ridden here in semifinals.
Yeah, and that's how we see a team getting leverage.
The pressure coming from Aaron, forcing out the flash for Barry because of the ignite that takes him down. Just good enough to burn a summoner spell for the side of NGX in mid lane.
One hit away, that's how close the first blood was almost made there by Aaron. He's going to be lingering down onto that brush, setting some vision as well. But TY in 0711 is there for the answer back if ever he does come in. Right now, they're just clearing the wave and will go back into the base to cash in those gold into items as well. Whoever goes in first, I think, is going to be on the death rune, unless they land the damage first as well.
Now, Just Chi is here on top lane along with Hyde. A lot of damage. First blood! The very first one for the semifinals secured by NGX.
Perfect timing as well by Just Chi, able to land that Shock Blast. On the lane, that's just him again for the bomb, but the rest of the squad of J-Team is here.
Now, this is a 4-man roam. Looking to kill Demon Kite. Isolated, gets the target onto Pad, but no escape as J-Team answers back.
A 1-for-1, and a couple of plates gonna be secured here by J-Team to just get a small leverage against Nigma Galaxy. But we do see them answering back with an invade on the top side, red side jungle here of 0711. That's just perfect. This is why Nigma Galaxy is just so strong right now. The evolved form of NGX getting something across the map. Even if they lose something, they will answer back in round 2 on top lane.
Yeah, want to punish, want to target the Achilles heel of Dawn 128, but not Beat that. As right now we have DY going in for the Glacial Fissure in the mid lane. No escape. CC chain is flawless as expected from J Team's lineup as they secure another for the team.
3 crowd controls just targeted there onto Aaron to pin him down and unable to escape as well. Translated into a couple of points.
Now we have Just Chi coming in. The hammer from Jace from Just Chi secures another. The back and forth for both sides.
Wow.
A lot of gold running through, but NGX still on the lead with 1.5k gold.
They're just not letting go. They just keep on stepping on the gas pedal here. Both J-Team and NGX. This is actually uncharacteristic of J-Team. Yes, they have been getting a little bit more aggressive over the course of time. But this one is something that we are not familiar. They as well got too deep. Yes, they got the kill onto Aaron, which is good. But they tried to get a couple of plates as well here into the mid lane tier 1, in which Barry got too deep, got punished, a 1-for-1 trade was commenced, and then NGX answered back with more plates.
Yeah, it's definitely something that both these teams have to do. It comes into adaptability for either of these teams, right? If you get a death coming from J Team, taking kill into the mid lane, what will you do to gain the value back, which is really, really important to not be able to give a huge advantage for the opposing side.
Right now, Lyrical gonna be started here by Nigma Galaxy. Ocean Dragon is left open though. JT has took a lot of damage. There's 7-11, not gonna get caught by that Reg line, but the RH will be given away.
And Just Chi has it in the bag. DY stuck in the Rift Herald pit as well, but opting to back away, which is clever for them as they do not want to overstay. Mega Inferno Bomb just to push and shove the wave, but is that going to be enough though as Rift Herald spawned in mid? That will be the top first blood for NGX.
Big play, open up the map and also go towards that bottom side objective. J-Team giving 2 objectives again here. This is very reminiscent of the previous series against K-Team. But again, they still managed to win. They are gonna get a couple of plays here into the top side, maybe to try to bash his tower up since Lucian of Aaron has fallen back into the base for now. Never mind, he stayed.
They want to shove the wave. Do not let them take a turret in trade, and that they do. Aaron will be able to push them back. However, DY and Barry is not gonna hold on that long as they want to still shove the wave further in to put pressure on NGX.
This is something that really boggles me all the time. J-Team has lost a tower into the mid lane, and they have lost a couple of plays as well. They lost a dragon too. But given this situation right now in which Nigma Galaxy is not able to build so much gold against them, look at the gold, it's just 400. This just demonstrates how efficient, again, J-Team is, and they're the most efficient team as well in this tournament. Uncontested at all on that particular category.
Yeah, it's all about the macro plays from J-Team that they have been showing. Reddish line connects, Mega Inferno Bomb, so much damage, force the stasis. Now Just Chi goes into the backside hoping for a kill of their own, but will not be able to do so. Now Barry goes for the flash as Draw is really low. Reddish lane comes through for the counter engage, but the air is very low, but still, they take it! They take 2 kills!
The dodge!
Now Pan left alone, and Demon Kite at the right moment. They take the kill on Ziggs, and NGX comes out on top lane.
J-Team able to get the tower into the bottom lane as a consolation prize, but Nigma Galaxy, that outplay, especially by Aaron. J-Team got baited. Let's check that replay one more time. This was just perfect. It started disastrous, honestly, for Nigma Galaxy. Draw had to be the sacrificial astronaut here to let the other members of Nigma Galaxy to escape. Actually, it was the Jays. The flash in by Bear was too ambitious, but they actually go in. Again, DY charging in, helping out even in low HP. It's just so bad here for J-Team. And Demon Kite, of course, after the long drawn out fight, eventually the other members are going to be able to go there. And since the other members of J-Team are focusing on the bot lane push, it's just perfect timing for Nigma Galaxy to win the fight. Gold funneling on Aaron is just a lot right now.
Yeah, 2 kills, definitely such a huge gold coming into them. 0-7-11, Chain of Corruption, it is perfect. holding down the enemy team under the turret. Produces a lot more damage than they expected. And now Pennon is very low. Aaron's going there. Shots from behind. Demon Kite with a piercing arrow takes the kill. Now Just Chi on the chase. Goes for a shock blast. Barry is really low. Just Chi comes through. And they are in danger. Barry, Aaron shuts him down. Another kill for NGX.
You know what they say, let them cook and they will serve perfectly here. Nigma Galaxy is serving due justice here against J-Team right now. And they're just having the best of time here in this game. Aaron, Demon Kite, and also Joshi, the pokes are just real on the side of Nigma Galaxy right now. J-Team has to slow down. Again, this is a game wherein they can wait patiently for Nigma Galaxy to make a mistake. Because in this case, if they go desperate, they're the ones who is going to be at the back end of this fight. Going in, as we see in this replay, the Chain of Corruption did a really big impact to slow them down as the stuns come through. And then the pokes were commenced. Just the arrows, the attacks, the bullets, and also the shock blast. Joshi, Aaron, and Demon Kite. The trio just leaving the dead in terms of damage here to the members of J-Team. And Barry, just so sad here, has to be left by DY, as there's nothing that they can do to save him.
Yeah, it was a layer between layers that NGX did there to turn things around, turn the pressure from J-Team into a power, into a weapon up against their own, and it's such a good thing to see. And as you mentioned, how Varus was able to get the Chain of Corruption onto the enemy team 3-man hold. However, J-Team got the tier 1 turret in the mid lane, so a lot of gold being funneled into Pan as well.
Not that worth it, no. Right now, J-Team is trying to establish control here in the bot side river. But given that that Scuttle Crab has been taken by Nigma Galaxy, it does serve good vision and movement speed. Right now, it's J-Team that is pondering here, just trying to get some vision in this bot side river. It's just so hard to do so.
Yeah, and they're just looking for a target. They're looking for the squishes on the back lines. Pan, and very more specifically for NGX to take down, is really important. 0711 is also a target for them to take if they want to go for the Drake uncontested. And 0711 is stuck, going over the hills! The steal coming in from 0711. The Ice Drake came into their favor, and now J-Team got the edge. They lost the objective that NGX wants. J-Team, another miracle play from 0711, the king of the jungle.
Yeah, and there's no answer back. Nigma Galaxy wasn't able to get a kill against J-Team. They just simply lost the objective. The time again. This is why J-Team just keeps on evolving as well. They learned it from KT. KT Rolster Y. This is basically what Dodd did a while ago in the previous series, and we see it from 0711. Still able to buy enough time, go into the stasis. The Glacier Fisher was perfect as well for them to get the kill onto the Astronaut, onto the Nautilus, and then Hyde was just zoned away. The rest of the squad of Nigma Galaxy was too much on the back foot to be able to follow up. Round 2.
0711 stuck though, pinned down. A lot of CCs coming from Just Chi and Draw along with Demon Kite as well. Now opens up the Baron Nashor. No jungle coming in from J-Team.
They are taking this without hesitation.
Dash line onto DY. Glacial Fisher onto there as a counter engage is phenomenal coming in as Nautilus is gone, but you have Demon Kite coming in from the back lines. You have the left flank, and now they take Ziggs down. Demon Kite flashes over the wall to go back into safety, and now Hyde makes another play, goes into the front lines. DY is very low. The two-man stun from Hyde, and they take J-Team down. They ace, and they are poised and ready to go to take the win. 1K gold lead secured.
Oh man, Nigma Galaxy, they just don't back. But it's also perfect how Demon Kite and Joshi worked around in tandem again to get the snipes. Pan dying is just the perfect way for Nigma Galaxy to get the upper hand, because they took a lot of damage from this Baron fight. Joshi was low. They had to give up draw once again just to hold down some of the members here of J-Team, in which the next target should have been Aaron as well, but he managed to still stall out while the rest of NGX was getting the kills onto Pan, onto the Jax, and then they immediately backed away. They thought they were safe until NGX went back again through Hyde, through Joshi, and the follow-us was just perfect.
Yeah, and that 2-man stun coming in from High just signed the deal of fate from J Team. The ace coming in from NGX, they're really putting up a good show in game number 1, and they're showing their power up against J Team. They want to get a run back from day number 1 of the finals here in WRLA, beating J Team. But so far, it's not over until it's over. There's still a lot of potential for J Team to make it back. You have the Ziggs, the Kaisa, the Volibear, the Jax, really strong when it comes to scaling in this game.
Scaling is the way to go, right? They also have some pokes later on, especially from the Void Seekers of the Kaisa. Right now, that's 3 items secured, means that every single ability of this Kaisa of Berry has been upgraded, in which he can go for the pokes as well later on. But Nigma Galaxy, the tandem, the synergy, has been always there, and that's how they were getting the leverage over the course of time here. 2,700, that's already good. It's not yet a whopping amount, but it is something that they can fully utilize into the next team fight. And right now, it's Baron, right? Next up is Infernal Dragon as well, in which that is just gonna be another fight here between these two teams. They need to be ready. But I think this time around, we have to see J Team be able to protect Pan, because that is how NGX has been winning the fight. If they get the kill onto Ziggs, it's just done.
Yeah, it's a lot of dependency to Pan to deal that amount of damage for J Team later on, and if he's gone right out the get-go, they will lose such a huge chunk of damage on those team fights. So as you have stated, a lot of protection needs to be done here, especially on the DY, to be that shield for Berry, to be that shield for Pan.
Here comes the pulse. The flanks are here. Good block there by DY. That is his job. He always has to be the one to soak the damage.
Here in top lane, High just went away. With the first sight on 0711, they have to retreat, and now Just Chi has the opening to start up the fight. Draw goes in for the blast over the wall, along with a chain of corruption onto DY, locks him down, and the backside. Aaron and Just Chi has access, and now Pan is the target. Shock Blast secures it. NGX secures more kills, is now being rained on bodies for the side of J Team as NGX puts them down one by one, and now on all sides,
they're hunting.
We have NGX having the eyes on the prize, having the eyes on Don 128, jumps over the wall, knocks up his there, hide his gun does, Don 128 brings him down. Counter strike, stunts on the Demon Kite, immediate stasis Zanchan. Just Chi is there to respond as well. A 2v1, forced to run. Aaron and draw on the back flank onto 0711, but Aaron dead. Fall down on the hands of Jack, and Don 128 is still alive at the moment with 1 HP, but not for long as Just Chi brings him down along with draw. Berry and 0711, the one standing for J Team, can they make do of what they have? And so far NGX backs off.
Nigma Galaxy getting the upper hand in that fight, especially with that perfect initiation, but J Team still able to fight back. And since Nigma Galaxy has to go back into the base, it's just perfect timing here for J Team to get this Infernal Dragon right now. NGX is gonna be late, Just Chi is sprinting, but it's not gonna be enough. The timing's just perfect here for J Team.
It's Kaisa, it's Zig, so much damage for J Team to take that Infernal Drake, and that will be their second dragon secured along with an Ice Drake. Such a risk and such a detrimental objective for NGX's side to deal with. It's Drake that gives extra damage, it's Ice Drake that gives ability haste. So much stacking to the side of J Team this time around.
But I really love the initiation there of Nigma Galaxy though. The flank coming in from Just Chi, and then the cutting of the path by Aaron using that culling just to force them into a really tight location, and then the chain of corruption into that arrow, piercing arrow as well coming in from Demon Kai. Just perfect to just get the kill onto Pan. And again, that has been the goal of Nigma Galaxy every single time. Ditch the Infernal Dragon. They don't care about it. What's important is the Elder Dragon that is pawned up right now. Oh my dear lord. Never mind. Infernal Dragon is perfect.
So much damage coming in from Pan. That is the danger if Ziggs is left alone doing whatever he wants. The damage is off the charts.
He has to retreat for now and go for the reset. DY stuck with the Drench Light coming in from Broad, and CC is there. Knocks up into the backside, but will not go for an all-in for the side of NGX.
They want to go in, but they do have the pokes to work around with. Again,
Don't
Shock Blast, the piercing arrows, but so does J-Team have the pokes as well through the Void Seekers and through the bouncing grenades here of Pan as well. But they want to draw them into a fight. They want to force them in. Dragon gonna be started. Dredgeline not connecting. Nigma Galaxy, they go.
J-Team will turn around. If NGX goes for the contest, they will definitely go for the kills instead. But so far, J-Team is holding on. Waiting patiently as NGX just looks for them on the horizon. Barry is over the hill though for the Dragon's Pit. So a lot of poke damage coming in for the upper end of this fight. But no one wants to engage.
Yeah. Reset's gonna be coming through. DY does have the Warmugs, but top side, bottom side rather, Dawn is in trouble. The flash!
One. Demon Kite is there. Dawn 128 holding on. Counter strike, not enough. Hyde still alive. They take one kill. The Jax is gone. And now J-Team has to delay while they wait for Dawn 128 to come back up before they go for the Elder Drake.
This is perfect for Nigma Galaxy. They cut down the path so that J-Team won't be able to follow up on that gank onto Ratel. And now, they want more. Looks like they are going to be backing away for the meantime, but Nigma Galaxy having the numbers advantage can just force a fight. They want it. They want to chase them down.
A lot of damage. Barry's very low. Flash is burned. And now Hyde follows through with a stun. 0711 is the target. If this is dead, no junglers will be left standing for J-Team. And that they did. No more smite for JT as NGX removes the jungler from J-Team.
And they have full access on this Elder Dragon right now. Nigma Galaxy, after getting the primary targets, the best possible kills, one onto Ratel and one onto Doe, they will get this Elder Dragon uncontested at 20 minutes.
That will put them at a bigger stake in this game with 7.6k gold lead with the Elder Drake. One team fight could definitely end the game up against J-Team. It could start the win for NGX, and that was just massive looking back from that fight, yeah.
We see the big synergy coming in from Nigma Galaxy. The way they just call the shots to go in and commit simultaneously, landing the damage as the CC comes through as well. And that's how they catch J-Team off guard.
And now with Baron open as well, they could bait J-Team into pursuing for a contest, and they could turn around and take the kill and end the game. An opening for them as Inhibitor is left open in the mid lane, left standing. So if they win a team fight, they could end it. But Baron Nashor will be their priority as J-Team doesn't want to go for the contest.
Gonna go back into heroes here. The Jax split push is still there, accompanied by 0711 as well. But with the Baron, it can just be easily neutralized by Nigma Galaxy. Draw took some damage going to the top lane, but does have some the Warmugs to heal himself back up, so he's gonna be fine. Hyde is in the bottom lane as Joshi is pushing the mid lane as well. It's the slow burn that Nigma Galaxy wants to have against J-Team right now. But so far the pokes are there as well. Barry doing a really good job clearing up the minions, the bottom lane as well. They have to invest them again for the bomb though later on. And that's gonna be called out by Nigma Galaxy to go in.
Yeah, and they don't even have to fight. They don't need to force a team fight under the turret up against J-Team. They just have to utilize the Baron Nashor buff. Aaron though receiving a lot of damage. Oh, so close to death, but still alive.
Still alive?
Breathing. Just she is in danger. Killer Instinct going into the front as Kaisa is there. But Demon Kite, the piercing arrow with the Elder Drake, removes 2 members as Braum is gone. 3 members left standing for J-Team. Stasis for Hyde in the bottom lane. An immediate flash to go back away. Pan retreat back. Nexus is open. Baron and Elder Drake is in the side for NGX. Stasis for 0711 to stay alive for a bit longer, but the wave is now pushing in. Top lane Inhibitor left standing for J-Team.
The flash there.
That falls down. This is over. 0711 with a calling coming in from Aaron. He sees a lot of damage, and now the target is the Nexus as NGX strikes first in the semis.
Just like yesterday, they land the first blow. And again, the execution is just perfect here for Nigma Galaxy as well. Triple pokes. Who knew? Only Nigma Galaxy and J-Team was not prepared for this. We did see a really astounding play from 0711 getting the steals, but Nigma Galaxy, they shown adaptation again, similar to how J-Team did it against KT Rolster Y. They switched up their playstyle. They went for forcing fights, they went for pokes, they went for catching the members of J-Team off guard, and that's how they crippled them as well. Catching Dawn 128 in the bottom lane, catching 0711 for that Elder Dragon too. Then after the Elder Dragon take into the Baron, it's just game over. Nigma Galaxy closed it out within like 2 minutes.
Yeah, and they utilized it really, really well. How Just Chi and Hyde were always together. If you can call back coming in from the early game, Just Chi was always staying on top side, always pressuring on Dawn 128, and Jax can't breathe. It was Hyde always pressuring as well. And after that, it just snowballed out of proportion. It was NGX who consistently looked for those opportunities to take kills for them. And their goal lead bounced from 1k to 5k to 8k in the end of the game.
Oh man, we just have to commend not only the players here on Nigma Galaxy side, but also the coaching staff on having this really creative composition to be fully utilized by them. This is a very ambitious lineup, because we don't really see that much Nautilus anymore, actually. Similar to how the Galio is basically extinct right now. But the way that they have adapted and also just fully utilized these set of champions to its fullest is just why Nigma Galaxy is right now very deserving of this spot, being second to KBG so far. Landing the first blow as well onto J-Team in this best of 5 series is a perfect way to start and just give everyone that is supporting Nigma Galaxy such a big energy boost.
Yeah, and this is definitely going to boost their confidence, as you have mentioned. Winning this game number 1 brings them into 2 games left to win, and to take for them to go to the grand finals. But still, they could not just breathe easily and calmly, because J-Team is one of the best teams in the CN region, in the CN conference rather, and it is going to take quite a bit and quite a lot for them to take them down.
It's just one game, right? I mean, still a lot of chances for J-Team to come back here in this series. That is just the first game. And J-Team is no stranger to adapting, no stranger to suddenly evolving mid-series. And we even saw them really resisting quite a lot in this game, despite Nigma Galaxy getting big objectives, big pick-offs as well. The gold lead was really managed by J-Team until it really ballooned after the big fights happened by Nigma Galaxy. But I think one of the bigger factors here of J-Team is not being able to fully utilize the split push factor, especially because of the constant fights that Nigma Galaxy is threatening them.
Yeah, and we saw in the early game, as you have mentioned, J-Team was bouncing back and forth up against NGX. I mean, NGX got a couple of kills, but J-Team answered back with a couple of kills of their own. And then if NGX pushed to one side of the map, J-Team is gonna go for the opposite side. So it was a consistent back and forth, but in the end, it was NGX who was overwhelming J-Team at a certain point in the mid game, where J-Team doesn't have any control left into game number 1.
I think one of the biggest factors as well is Nigma Galaxy getting double objectives at the start of the game. That is very uncharacteristic of J-Team. Normally, at least they get one. Usually, we even see them getting the Dragon first and just leaving the RH open. But seeing Nigma Galaxy being able to pick up both means a lot here against J-Team. That is a lot of pressure that is being felt by J-Team right now, especially after the last time that they have met yesterday. And we see just a big jump in gold after that one big fight a while ago. 22 minutes and 55 seconds, a little bit long. But after they got the winning condition, they really fully gripped on it and never let go.
Now, let me tell you something as well, Guillaume, because looking at the composition this time around,
I mean, Nigma Galaxy, right? J-Team is still here in this tournament despite that loss. They were able to get a lot of avenues of goal, lots of ways to answer back in the team fights as well. One of the main problems that they have experienced is Span just getting caught on those pokes. And I think in the next game, yeah, they will be able to answer back through a different lineup as well. Because they tested out a composition this time. Through the Jax, through the Volibear, and through the Ziggs as well, which is pretty common at times. But given the bans as well on supports, I think in the next game, we would see them trying to prioritize a lot more for their carries. Joshi being the main carry though of Nigma Galaxy is just back-to-back MVP and also astounding performance by this amazing player. And similar to how his Yone was in terms of influence, in this Jace as well, he's just perfect. 19 kill participation and a lot of pokes onto the front line and the back line just paved the way for Kated Rolster to just win. And well, it is just the start here of the series. We are gonna be getting into game number 2 in a short while. We'll just go into short break. We'll see you back. We see you guys in just a bit.
Name's Horn. No further pleasantries needed. All I need is myself and hammer. Nailed it. I split mountains with my roar. All will crumble.
Welcome back, everyone, to game number 2 of the semifinals, wherein NGX is now on the lead when it comes to series standings. My name is Infinity, and this is Giang, and we are here and ready to go. I mean, NGX's performance just a while ago was phenomenal here, Giang.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Getting the first win here against J-Team is just amazing. An amazing way to start up this series. And both of us are wondering, what's going to be the game plan here of JT? What's going to be the adjustment? Barry is an amazing player, but right now, I think there has to be a change, at least in the champion pool that they are going to be using here right now, because of They tried to contest the poke lineup here of Nigma Galaxy. Didn't work. Maybe they have to invest on an all-in. A while ago, Nigma Galaxy respected so much support champions, banning away the Ornn, the Gragas, the Galio, and even the Rakan. That actually forced J-Team to go with the Braum, in which DY did a really good job, but I think right now they need to focus on support as well in the first pick phase.
Yeah. So we'll see if NGX is gonna do the same thing. And I think the winning condition for NGX just a while ago is because they went in for the Jace, they went in for the Nautilus, and also the Lucian. That made it that the winning condition is to pressure the early game. Go really, really aggressive, because when it comes to late game, they are not gonna be on a good footing. So we'll see if that can be expected once again this time around for draft for game number 2, as Jax, Gragas, Camille, and Ornn removed away from the champion pool.
No ban, no respect on the Yone of just yet. Maybe they want to let it be open this time around and maybe have something like a Kha'Zix here for 0711 to counter it out. But again, you always need to be very, very careful in how Nigma Galaxy operates. This really aggressive team just lands the decisive blows. We see the coaching staff as well, Vansu just looking at the camera and just having a good time here on the stage. And just the support as well on the live stream by our Filipino fans here, Nigma Galaxy fans, just having the best of time, especially after that first win by NGX.
Yeah, now with seeing that game number 1, Jace has been removed. They don't want to give it to Just Chi, and they don't want a flexible pick to the sides of NGX. Alistar will be open, however, for Draw to be able to use for this game.
Alistar is gonna be the way to go this time around by Nigma Galaxy. It's just so pure. Again, this is the advantage that you get from picking up the Alistar in exchange for when compared to a Gragas, right? Even though the Gragas is banned, I just want to talk about this. The Unbreakable Will, it just allows you to sustain so much damage, especially that J-Team really loves investing on high damage champions like a Ziggs. This survivability allows Nigma Galaxy to just retake and regain control in a team fight, reposition themselves, and again attack from a different angle. And J-Team responding again with their standard picks. I love the synergy between the Ziggs and the Garen. That way, after the Mega Inferno Bomb gets casted here by Pan, there can be the follow-up by Dawn128 to land that sword and kill at least one member of NGX.
Yeah, basically it's one huge damage dealer, a glass cannon, and one really, really tanky frontliners being locked in already immediately for the first phase picks by J-Team. But NGX answered once again with a Varus. With the performance of Demon Kite, I mean, this is no strange thing to be picked up by NGX.
Renekton as well by high. It's just perfect. Very characteristics of them. We now see, you know, the positive vibes from the players of Nigma Galaxy on the camera as well. J-Team gonna be bringing out the big guns once more. We see the Olaf of 0711 that landed the MVP a while ago.
Yeah, and they do not want 0711 to be stunned, to be CC chained, and can't go for the contest at the objectives. And Olaf is just a perfect fit, especially considering you have the Alistar, you have Varus, you have Renekton in the hands of NGX. They have to pick it up. Now J-Team bans away the Kha'Zix, followed up by Rakan for the side of NGX.
Will they ban the Yone? I think that is a necessary ban that J-Team has to take here, just to give a couple of respect more towards Nigma Galaxy. But that will open up more pokes again. Since the Jace has to be taken away, that is already a good sign, but they can still go for something like a Kai'Sa here into the mid lane for NGX. Unless J-Team picks it up though. They have a chance to do so. Maybe they can steal it out away from Aaron and be the one to have that poke action with a Kai'Sa, especially at full AP, and also with at least 3 items to get all upgrades on her kit.
Yeah, there's still a lot of options for NGX to pick up. Lee Sin is still open. You still have the likes of Riven as well. Lucian could be picked up for Aaron, who wants to go for that mid lane. So if they want to go aggressive, there's still a lot of option. And as we have stated, Lee Sin for Just Chi is open for early aggression.
Man, you're on point on those predictions. The The Lee Sin and the Lucian both picked up here by Nigma Galaxy. Just shows so much flavor on their side. But J-Team bringing the big guns once more. The Thresh looking to chain up the members of Nigma Galaxy this time around.
And now this is a bit of a shocker. J-Team went in for the Thresh instead. A lot of safety net coming in for the squishy targets or squishy members of the team. You have Pan, you have Berry on a Ziggs and Kaisa, and expectedly Kaisa is going on AP item build. So if ever it comes down into a worse situation, Thresh is ready to pull them back with the lantern.
I am loving this right now. We have only seen the Thresh be picked up by two teams. One is Rare Atom and one is J-Team. The last time we have seen J-Team pick up the Thresh is, well, a long time ago, to be honest. And it was during the regular season. I believe it was during the regular season as well when they battled against JDG. Day number 47, the last day of the regular season. And now it's going to be used once more. Everything is just being taken into consideration here by J-Team. So astounding in the research.
It's impressive. It's impressive to say the least, coming in from both sides, bringing out this trademark picks and this surprise picks. Thresh for DY. A lot of expectations on the line, and early aggression for the side of J-Team could be done with a death sentence from Thresh.
It's one hook, right? Especially on the squishy targets here of Nigma Galaxy, which is a lot. The Lycian, even the Renekton is relatively squishy if you don't allow him to use that Dominus. Lucian and Varus, of course. It's only Draw on the Alistar that can actually survive being hooked even a lot of times. That really makes Nigma Galaxy supposedly be more careful. But right now, they're set their flavor still. An invade by Joshi and a good steal.
Joshi still gets the red buff. So a good thing for the side of NGX as you have an early level 2 coming in from Joshi. While on the other side, a little bit more on the back foot for this game number 2. But still, you have 0711 going in for the vertical counter invasion into NGX's red buff.
Joshi might need to help out Draw and Demon Kite though, because we have just had a small glimpse in the bottom side, and DY and Berry is just doing a lot of damage here into the tier 1 tower of Nigma Galaxy. 600 health compared to the 1,400. Just a massive lead that J-Team is having in the bottom lane. They will get this first tower for sure.
Yeah, and the thing is, we all know that the tower on top lane or in mid lane is much more tankier than the ones in the bottom lane. So it's much more harder for NGX to take it down. DY Ignite takes him down. First blood secured by NGX, but 0711 wants to answer back, and they get a kill of their own. 1-for-1 trade.
But they do get the first. Are they gonna get the first tower? It looks like they are. Yeah, in just a nick of time, just a split-second difference. And that's all because of the play that Nigma Galaxy had here in the bottom lane, forcing J-Team to go back, commit onto them. Yes, they lost Aaron in the process, but they got the first tower and also just stalled out this game.
Yeah, it's a lot of trade backs. It's a lot of macro being set in play in this game, and I think Aaron and Hyde's role into the bottom lane was just all about delay. They got a kill for Aaron, and you know what? 0711 got a trade back, but in the end, the tower first blood was what they wanted in the end.
So it's double bonus here for Nigma Galaxy in retrospect. We see Berry still being the one having the most gold secured, especially because of the plates that he was able to get a couple of times here, especially in the bottom lane. But Demon Kite is not trailing that far behind. Only 200 gold difference. And Joshi as well is leading second here on the side of Nigma Galaxy. This way, maybe Nigma Galaxy can step on the gas pedal a little more, try to gank the Kaisa in the bottom side. Maybe try to gank Dawn 128 as well in the top side, since later on Hyde is going to be able to deal some damage whichever item he does get, whether it's Blade of the Ruin King or the Black Cleaver.
Yeah, and like how you mentioned about the potential ganks that Joshi can do in this early game, considering that every single one is already at level 5. And Lee Sin, when it comes to level 5, in regards to the aggression of this specific champion that he is using, it is a lot to take in. If you go for the ganks, Just Chi is more than capable of doing so.
This guy just makes really good miraculous plays against anyone that he comes across with. A while ago with his Jays, he landed an MVP during their last match against J-Team as well. He got the MVP with his Yone. And in this case, he wants to channel every single bit of that energy into the second game as well, so that he can get those decisive kicks, decisive plays to take down J-Team, because right now it's going to be a lot more difficult. There's like 3 front lines that can stop Just Chi. The silence is there, but the kick, oh, never mind.
Perfect satchel charge. Yeah, it's wonderful. It's flawless coming from Pan. If that satchel charge was any second longer, it could have been the death of him.
Because the follow-up would have been there as well coming from Demon Kite. He was actually on his way towards the mid lane. Right now, things are on a lull state. J-Team and Nigma Galaxy are shaking their hands towards each other for the meantime, waiting for the first objective to spawn up, which is the dragon.
Aaron.
Mountain Dragon gonna be key though. Aaron?
Oh,
Flash!
so close.
Oh!
So close. Within inches of death there coming in from Aaron, but so far so good. A little bit of mobility might just have saved his life.
Was a Timo away from getting caught there on the hook, and sentence would have been delivered for him. Death would have been served towards his Lucian, but it's not gonna be the case. Nigma Galaxy again prioritizing on the RH, but the good thing here on J-Team's side is that they're starting the dragon this time around.
Yeah, it's needed because NGX's winning condition is the early game. They brought out the Lee Sin, they brought out the Lucian. If they go for late, they're batting up against Olaf, the Ziggs, the Kaisa, the Garen. All of these things are not gonna be in their favor later on.
They need to accelerate this game as much as possible. There's Dawn. If she can escape, it's gonna be fine. But they always need to watch out for those death sentences from DY. They're unsuccessful as well in taking this first tower in the mid lane, in which J-Team is gonna be happy with that. They have the Ziggs, they can prevent the wave from reaching towards the towers, and that just signals more benefit of them getting the first dragon.
Yeah, and I like how Aaron is playing really safe at the moment. Like, he knows and he understands that he doesn't have any vision on the Tri-Brush and doesn't have any information on the bot side river. So if ever a gank occurs, he has to act quick and he has to be safe. That is why he just hugs the tower in the bottom lane. And so far, pretty standard across the board for every single one.
Especially that he doesn't have the flash after using it a while ago. Right? He just needs to keep his distance. Top side gonna be pushed here by 0711 and Dawn 128, but the rest is here.
This is a 5-man roam coming from J-Team. Really dangerous position, but Just Chi in a good spot as DY is isolated, lost in the woods, and that will be NGX taking another kill for themselves.
Defending the tower in the top lane is key too here for Nigma Galaxy. That is an avenue in which they can inject some gold towards their carries. Aaron has been busy in the bottom lane, securing some plays as well. Just perfect here for Nigma Galaxy. J-Team has to really watch their six, watch their side lane, because every time they leave a lane open, Nigma Galaxy is just getting something out of there.
Once again, looking at a bottom lane, not a fight will occur for both sides. Everyone's playing a bit more passively this time around, considering the J-Team has lost a member on top lane just a while back. And another thing is, Infernal Drake is gonna come up really soon. So everyone has to play for objectives and has to think about how they can get the lead onto the Infernal Drake, how they can get the prio onto the objective.
Demon Kite has been stacking up as well. Aaron too. That gold funneling of Nigma Galaxy is just gonna be so important later on the next fight, in which you have stated Infernal Dragon up and ready in the next 30 seconds. J-Team has to establish vision quickly and swiftly, because that's how they can catch Nigma Galaxy off guard. They have the hook, right? They need to set dominance. They need to go deep in order to threaten the members here of Nigma Galaxy, because it's only Draw that can actually catch those hooks. If ever it's a different member, then that's going to be a big win for J-Team. But getting the tower in the top lane is also good.
Yeah, job's done. I think the only role for Olaf and Kresh at that point was to zone away the enemy team, and that they did. For the rest of the team to just push on top to gain a lot of gold in their favor. However, so far, Aaron is just solo farming in the bottom lane, left alone. And that just gave them, what, a lot of plates, a lot of gold, a turret as well, that brought them to a 3k gold lead in 8 minutes.
And Nigma Galaxy as well getting the first tower into the mid lane after seeing J-Team rotate towards the top side and getting that tower there. It's just perfect here again. A demonstration, a masterclass in terms of macro here by Nigma Galaxy. Second item completed by most of the members here of NGX as well. A Rift Maker completed already by Demon Kite shows that this is gonna be an AP Varus focusing on the procs of those passive marks in order to get that maximum AP percent HP damage on the tanky members of J-Team.
We've seen it before, and Demon Kite is using it really, really well. And just a while ago in game number 1, I believe he used the same build, and that damage was insane coming in from this player. Demon Kite knows more about the bottom lane than any one of us could. And it's just insane being on the hands of Demon Kite for this Varus. Infernal Drake, however, is now up.
And there's a possible steal here by Joshi. Again, this is a Lee Sin. High probability of getting the last damage into this Infernal Dragon. But 0711 still relatively healthy. The post coming through here from Pan and the rest of the squad as well. Just pressuring down the members of Nigma Galaxy away from this objective. But good vision established. That means that NGX can be patient.
Yeah, and J-Team, their macro play, once again, their macro knowledge being highlighted just from that. But NGX was focused on playing tag on the Infernal Drake. Well, the 3 members coming in from J-Team focused on the mid lane turret, and now Hyde goes to engage onto 0711 in danger, really, really low. Hyde as well has to retreat, but a Mega Inferno Bomb secures the final blow, and NGX loses a member.
0711 managed to stay alive as well. Just perfect for J-Team to have the numbers advantage.
Hook onto Just G. That sentence, it definitely would be. Dragon's Rage not enough. Sonic Wave follow through, and he goes in just to get a bit more damage through up against J-Team, but he loses his life. It is a 3v4, no junglers left coming in from NGX, but another man up coming in from Draw is enough to take one man down, but it's not enough to take the rest. Aaron on the backside will not pursue for more as Pat is here, and the rest of the crew, Aerie secures the final hit from Pat, and that is just amazing coming in from Pan.
J-Team getting the upper hand, getting more members than Nigma Galaxy started with this very moment. Hyde getting caught out, 0711 staying alive, and damage is coming through from the Sebastian Justice and the Mega Inferno Bomb. -1 onto NGX's side, and then they did not hesitate anymore because they know they have the upper hand. 0711 is still relatively healthy, in which NGX, they got a little bit desperate. They started the Dragon, and then Joshi got caught. That initiation by J-Team actually allowed them to get the better damage output against Nigma Galaxy. No jungler means that the Dragon is going to be threatened by 0711. That way, NGX tried to be desperate. They went on in a really good engage by Draw, but still, having the Dragon secured by J-Team increased their damage, increased their survivability. The exhaust onto the Varus as well by Demon Kite allowed them to survive with 1 HP left. And Aaron getting caught, unfortunately, at the very end, is just the cherry on top.
Yeah, he was about to survive, but the Aerie along with the Leandry from Ziggs was just enough to take him down. And now NGX a while ago had a huge lead. Now it's gone. Only 1k left for them to utilize.
Oh man, this game is so close. Look at the gold, 500. But given the Dragon stacks of J-Team, it's slowly coming to that inevitable end. Because they have Infernal Dragon, they have Mountain Dragon. The next is Ocean Dragon. That's so much survivability ready and available here for J-Team to actually take. But they invade on 0711.
Wants to go for the blue buff, will not be able to take it. And now it is Just Chi going for the Sonic Wave, just enough to go through onto 0711. Jungler is no longer there as J-Team lost it, but they got the trade as Renekton fall. Hyde is gone, don't want to wait, overextend, Gargle and Chento, a lot of survivability, and he lives! And now it is Aaron.
Still.
The next target on the head. Alistar follows suit. That sentence connects. Perfect coming in from DY. Just Chi, the lone wolf for NGX. Run away and go hide as J-Team goes for the chase. Will not be able to go in and chase him down, but that's enough as the Baron is open for them to take.
J-Team serves them with a big regret, allowing them to take that first dragon early into the game. Because after they scaled up, now with the second dragon, they look to be unstoppable. Joshi is gonna spot them back, but already a tad too late. He flashes in.
Joshi hoping for a miracle steal, will not be able to do so. Now Aaron follows through, no damage, nothing left for them to take. And J-Team once more eviscerates NGX.
J-Team looking to be unstoppable now with the Baron secured with 2 dragon stacks and a kill onto Joshi as well. Setting the goal lead to go higher this time around. We see it growing. 3,000 right now at 14.5 minutes. After 2 minutes, it can go to 5, 6, maybe even 8,000 as they get turrets. And NGX being denied resources.
Dominus used by Hyde. Hoping to start up a fight. Having information about the chaos. Enchant? Meteor? Big Meteor rather. Meteor Enchant has been shown the information onto Hyde. Mega Inferno Bomb as well.
Oh.
A lot of damage. But once again, the Lantern being that insurance of safety for J-Team.
Yeah, and look at the big lead that they suddenly get. Right on point, 6,000. A while ago it was just 3,000. Big Baron power play by J-Team. Enigma Galaxy is just caught in the middle. Now they have to be a lot more desperate. And Infinity, we talked about this early game composition of Enigma Galaxy. They are having just a big responsibility to set the tempo of this game early into the game. But having that denied now by J-Team means disaster for NGX, right?
Yeah, definitely be. I mean, this is the 3rd Drake for J-Team. They secure it and this is over. 3 dragons, winning condition, over and over again. We've seen it happen. And now, the only one left to do is one more team fight. NGX. If they can win up against J-Team, they will be the miracle maker this time around. However, Just Chi is in trouble as 0711 has sights on him. Sonic Wave onto the minions, hoping to escape. Will this be the great escape? Coming in from the jungler for NGX. Slows by the axe of 0711. But not enough, as that will be enough to take him down. And now the fight occurs here on the bottom jungle rather. NGX is in trouble. Draw and Hide and Demon Kite has to delay the push coming in from J-Team. But can they do it? Aaron comes into fray as well as Draw starts up the fight. It's J-Team going in for the push. Inhibitor down in the mid lane.
Oh man, that moment by Jussie being in the middle of 2 towers, the inner and the inhibitor, was basically checkmate for him. Unfortunate, he tried to escape, he tried to do the impossible, but it's simply not enough. And right now the base is cracked wide open by J-Team through the mid lane, and they're just waiting for the Elder Dragon to spawn. It's gonna spawn up in the next minute. Enigma Galaxy, you know the thing about fear, it's the worst thing about fear is a fear of a certain thing, and waiting is the most painful thing.
Let's see if patience can make it happen for them. As you have stated, waiting is painful in this game, especially since the next Drake would be the Elder Drake. The ones who take it could potentially sway this game into their favor. Those three Drakes are scary to say the least for J-Team. And one more fight can end it all.
Nigma Galaxy, the only thing that they can rely right now is a big mistake by J-Team. If they overstep, if they fail to get this Elder Dragon and somehow, some way, NGX steals it out, maybe a small sign of life can be seen here for Nigma Galaxy. No vision established here by J-Team on this red side jungle of Nigma Galaxy. This is their avenue. This is their way to go.
Elder Drake now being started by J-Team. But so far not committing. Does yet.
Oh,
Just she took a lot of damage,
Scary.
but not enough to bring him down easily. Now draw in the front lines, going for the knock up onto DY. Stays the enchant, immediately casted out. Now 0711, Ragnarok is there. This is the start that J Team wants. Just she goes for the Sonic Wave, goes back away immediately, and now in the middle of the fight, it is Hyde looking for that stun. Not gonna happen as they lost 2 of their members. A 3v5 is not gonna make you win. 0711 on the front, done one to wait to follow suit. 2 members down, the ace secured by J Team.
And the only thing they need to do is run it down mid. There's a wave already there, and it's just waiting for them to push it onto the Nexus. This time it's a much faster game as well. 19 minutes compared to the 22, almost 23 minutes of game number 1. J Team will equalize the stats. It's a 1-1 now on the scoreboard.
An amazing return coming in from J Team. A 1-1 series standing in a best of 5 series. J Team doesn't want to lose. J Team has shown their power that you cannot belittle me just like that. And they're back into the game, Giang.
And this is perfect how they were actually able to make this happen. It started in the banning phase, respecting the Jace of Joshi, neutral and limiting the amount of champions they can actually use there. That forced them to go into a big gamble. Early game champions in which J Team was actually able to stall out the game so long and scale up through the dragon staff that they were able to acquire. The zone controls was also perfect. Early into the game, we see DY struggling a little bit, landing the hooks, but in the best possible moments, was actually able to fully utilize it. And J Team just an outstanding evolution that they have demonstrated in the mid part of the series. Equalizing the score now against Nigma Galaxy is just the way to go.
Yeah, and I mean, this is an unorthodox type of pick going in for the trash, but DY showed us and has proven why a trash is an exceptional pick coming in from their lineup. I mean, that sentences time and time again, and most importantly, those saves with the lantern was impressive.
I mean, not only the lanterns, right? 0711 as well on his performance on the Olaf is just perfect. Channeling it down, similar to how he performed in their match against Rolster a while ago. Getting the decisive blows onto the dragons and also chasing down the members of Nigma Galaxy. It's hard to win when you don't have that DPS anymore. Demon Kite on this Varus AP as well couldn't really land the pokes anymore onto them because he has to stack up his corruption, right? He has to stack up his stacks and before he lands an ability. And it's so hard to do that when there's like 3-4 people chasing you down. And that's how J Team actually won the fights. Forcing Demon Kite to just back away and surrender, not being able to fully utilize this Pharaoh pick. And Aaron couldn't really leave a dent that much because there's a lot of tanks on the side of J Team as well.
Yeah, and that's just the outright strength coming in from J Team, right? Their capability of just delaying the whole fight. You know what? You can take whatever early lead that you want, go all in aggressive, go full send in the early game, but their capability when it comes to that latter part of objectives in the second rig, in the third rig, going into the Baron Nashor, they're more than capable of going in for the contest. And a while ago, we were talking about what is the characteristic of J Team, and their characteristic is just one look on their eye, fear will be instilled upon you, right? It is just the amount of pressure going up against J Team this time around is so far ahead.
And right now, it comes into the minds of the coaching staff here of Nigma Galaxy, right? How do you actually deal with DY right now? Because a while ago, they banned away 3 champions to try and pin him down. The Gragas, the Rakan, and the Nautilus. But since he has another pocket pick, which is the Thresh, which he has won 2 times in a row now, basically. He used it twice and has 100% win rate on it. Not only against JDG, but also now against Nigma Galaxy. Is going to confuse the next steps here of NGX. They really need to find a way to pin him down. I don't think the ban is going to be the way to go here. Unless they find a way to actually counter the Thresh pick here of DY. Because so far, he has made a really big impact here in this game.
Yeah, massive impact. And I think the thing is, what they could do is now go into the red side once again, because that is what they did just a while back in game number 1. They went in for the red side, picked up this aggression type of composition. Now, the question left would be, would J-Team leave the same champions open that they did in game number 1? Leave Lucian, leave Nautilus, leave the Jace open for NGX to pick up.
I think if they go to... I mean, you said a while ago, right? Nigma Galaxy has to go to red side once more. And if they do, maybe what they can actually do is... Well, of course, pick up the support for draw. And then go for the virus again for Demon Kite. Pick up champion for Hyde as well. That's their first 3 pick. After the second banning phase, maybe they can be the one to get the chance on picking up the Kaisa. Unless J-Team bans it out. Because in this game, they lacked the poke. They didn't actually have enough poke damage to burst the members or chip down the HP bars of J-Team. And that was the biggest difference that J-Team exploited basically here in this match. It's very different from game number 1, because in game 1, NGX had 3 pokes. In this game, they basically had none, because Demon Kite went on an AP build, right? So the piercing arrows doesn't really leave that much of a dent to the backline anymore.
That's fair, right? Because when you go AP, you want to stack up onto the passive on W and just go and burst, S2 rather, and go and burst the opposing side with the piercing arrow as a finisher. And I think the MVP coming in from that game for the side of J-Team, Barry, who led the charge, 806 KDA.
It's just an amazing delivery coming in from Barry this time around. He redeems himself. And again, J-Team just having this kind of performance with Barry as their mid laner, not Yitze, it's just outstanding for them.
Yeah, astounding it is, and I'm hoping to see more of these games. I mean, who doesn't want to go for more games? But you know what? That is game number 2 here in the semifinals for WRLA. We're going to take a short break, but don't go away, because when we come back, it is game 3 of the semifinals.
Name's Horn. No further pleasantries needed. All I need is myself and hammer. mountains with my roar! All will crumble! You cannot kill a storm!
It's an amazing way to how J Team was able to capitalize not with Nigma Galaxy not having that much poking damage, and they just don't hesitate going in onto them with the Garen, with the Thresh, with the Olaf as well that they had. There's so much frontline power that they can just channel through and muster the strength to protect their backline as well, in which Barry and Pan as well had the best of time free hitting and landing the damage. Every single time that we see Pan casting that Mega Inferno Bomb, it deals so much damage towards NGX as well that allowed them to slowly, one at a time, take them out. I think there has to be a slight adjustment in terms of champions here for Nigma Galaxy. Maybe Aaron can pick up, if they want to still continue going with the poke style composition, maybe Illusion has to be replaced by a Corki. It was actually available a while ago in game number 2, and maybe in game number 3 that can be something that they can take note.
Now, it could be a massive argument of what I'm about to say, but knowing from what we have discussed a while ago that J Team is playing passively and not super aggressively early mid game, that they're playing for their scaling, they're playing for building items onto their carry champions and their carry players, I feel like the same winning condition would apply to NGX of playing really aggressive early game. That is the reason why they're bringing up the Lucian. That is the reason why they're bringing up the Jays. Like, these champions shouts early game, and they had a good shot from that game number 1. They just have to think of another way of how they could manage their draft, how could they manage their picks into playing for the same winning condition, but with varying champions, right? Because J Team's not gonna leave the Jays open for the rest of the tournament, for the rest of the series that they're battling NGX.
Well said, actually, Infinity. Because there's like only 2 ways that they can deal with J Team, right?
Yeah.
Either try to go on the same route of J Team, which is scaling, but it's just so hard to do that because it's J Team. And the second thing is bank on early game, like what you mentioned, and that's the flavor of NGX. I think, yeah, you're right. They really need to work and invest more in that aggressive composition for the early game advantage that they can have, and then just channel from there. If they can secure the first dragon and the RH similar to how they did in game number 1, and just keep on scaling as well, denying the scaling objective from J Team, maybe that's the way to go. And it all boils down to how they will execute.
Definitely. I mean, the draft is the draft that would give you a picture of what the winning conditions are, what type of composition that you have built for a single game. But it still boils down into execution, how you would play towards your winning condition, right? So we'll see how that would be formed here right now in game number 3 that would change the tides and would break the tie here right now for 1-1 series standing so far. Jace, Varus, Ornn removed from the champion pool.
Massive respect by J Team. They figured out, okay, the pokes is what Nigma Galaxy wants. Let's remove both of them. Even Demon Kite's Varus is respected here, but NGX responds with a ban on Pan's champion, which is a Ziggs that dealt so much damage in the games a while ago, especially in game number 2. And the Yone, of course, will always be respected by J Team. This is pretty much an adjustment, respect by both squads. The Gragas gonna come through after it being available this time around, since NGX has to take away the Camille as well.
Yeah, they have to, because if it's left open, J Team could prioritize that, and that was just be a really strong top laner being left for Dawn 128. And now NGX picking up the Alistar. The next pick would be crucial, and Kai'Sa is something that they haven't used thus far, and they could play for late game if they go for Kai'Sa, but what else would they pick up in this game 3?
And what champion as well can they use to shred the HP bars of these champions that is being picked up right now by J Team? 2 tanky champions, and also the Zeri for sure. That is just going to be locked in here by Barry. We saw his incredible performance a while ago during their match against Kate at Rolster Y, and it's going to be utilized once more here against Nigma Galaxy. Kha'Zix's going to come through from Just means that they are investing a lot in securing objectives though.
Yeah, 100%. And now with Kai'Sa locked in by NGX, I forgot to mention that Pan, remember, came from the mid lane. So we could still expect a brand, a Vex. These champions can still come through into the bottom lane if J Team wants to go for that route. So far, coming into the second ban phase, Vi and Renekton removed.
That's something that we haven't really seen that much, right? The Vex, we have seen sometime, but the brand is just a much more rarer occasion. We have seen it once, but not just yet. But maybe this might be the perfect time for J-Team, right? To muster it out. Unless they're willing to save it until the Grand Finals. But the Vi, Volibear, Renekton as well, gonna be respected on both sides. Maybe one last ban here by J-Team towards Aaron's side is gonna be key. Maybe a ban on the Lucian, which he has been picking up a lot of times, would be key into interrupting that early game that usually NGX invests.
Now I like this more. I like the Corki ban more because if NGX is double downing on towards the late game, Corki scales so much better than a Lucian would. So banning away the Corki removes that option for NGX. Now Swain would be hovered though. Something new that we could see here in finals for season 1 for WRLA.
Classic Aaron, right? This champion has been toned down a little bit. But the playstyle, the execution is just perfect
This is
for
it.
NGX. And you mentioned this! Infinity! You mentioned this!
This is it.
The Burning Man being hovered right now.
Not yet. We're a bit too excited on
They
the
heard
brand
us.
hover. They heard us, but so far not gonna come through yet here for game number 3. Aatrox and Tash will be hovered and locked in for J-Team.
Oh man, they caught the gold. They spotted it. This is the champion that we do see being banned away a lot of times as well, just because of the impact on that enchanted crystal arrow. Good last pick, having the ribbon for Hyde, in which he had a really astounding performance in game number 1 a while ago, getting the really good flanks and getting really good engages as well on J-Team's side. But right now, this is looking to be a very early game centric for J-Team as well, through the casks and through the enchanted crystal arrow. If they can get at least one member of NGX suppressed, that is already a takedown for sure, since they also have the Debash and Justice.
Yeah, it's definitely a new look and something surprising, though we haven't seen so far, because it's all about aggression from game 1 and game 2 that NGX has completely double downed on completely for over the past 2 games. But now it's a little bit more of a different story. They have the Kaisa in their favor, so could definitely scale much more better. And now I'm really excited. How can NGX perform with this type of lineup coming into this semi-finals? Remember, this is a best of 5 series, race to 3 wins. Both these teams 2 games away to take the final spot here in WRLA Season 1.
2 wins, right? They're just this close. And one team is gonna be getting that match point after this game. That is how crucial this game is gonna go. And we see the big adjustments that they have made. The Zeri, the Aatrox, the Ashe, the Swain, and the Kaisa here from NDX as well. Cheers from the crowds, of course, supporting both of these teams. Let's hear it from them.
Yeah, and right now NGX, the early rotations coming in from the team on the top side river. No engagements does yet will be made for NGX, going back to a little bit of what we saw from game number 2. The 2 people staying on mid lane, while the rest goes for the top lane, goes for the turret pressure. But I think they're going back into standard, just on a little bit.
J-Team again investing a lot on the push for plates. Is definitely a good sign, but NGX having no answer whatsoever on the other side means that it's going to be a tougher route for them just through the plates. We see a 600 gold lead by J-Team. 37% damage by Pan a while ago. It's just insane. Precise hits, precisely, on the crucial targets of NGX.
Well, they got the gold lead due to the fact that they were able to take a couple of plays in the bottom lane. But too early to tell. They could no now Aaron goes for the flash, tries to go for the root, won't miss it out, but Barry flashes over the left, and Justchi follows it through with a kill. First blood secured by NGX.
Perfect way to jumpstart this game. Gold funneling onto Justchi as well. That will help him land more damage onto the crucial members of J-Team later on. And just perfect here to start out in a minute or so a kill has been commenced by NJX, and this is the way to go for them, right? Because early game is their way in investing and taking on against J Team. They need to get more Enable Hide as well later on, and Demon Kite to flourish.
Yeah, and that could definitely be the options here this time around. And looking at that, J Team on DY. From what we have talked about a while ago, Gregas, this is synonymous to the name of DY at this point.
It's just the DY special is always there, or the classic rather, as he always makes the impressive cask and body slam to isolate the members or of the enemy team. That is something that NGX should always be cautious of.
But Aaron is just hiding, goes for the root, now secures the lock on onto 0711. Will not push through as they have the eyes on Berry. She will not pursue for the engage, and 0711 backs off.
Good respect here on JT, and the possible re-engage, especially with DY in the mix, is just too risky to even gamble through. DY, body slamming on the draw, just a small support will battle. Meanwhile, as Aaron looks to defend this mid,
Arrow,
an arrow
coming in, locks onto Swain, but you have Alistar coming into the backside, knocks up onto one. That is a 1-for-1 trade. 0711 forcing to back away, but Berry is now in danger as She looks for him, and Demon Kite just goes for the right flank, and they get the better end of that trade.
Yeah, the Swain falls down, but this is already a 2-0 start here for She. Demon Kite is helping as well.
Ooh, nice flash coming in from Pan to just retreat back to safety.
Managed to stay alive is just necessary for Pan in exchange for that flash. Let's check this replay one more time. 0711, who's waiting a little bit late, I would say, or delayed in getting that burst down. Draw survives, they lost to Swain, but She just committing onto the kill onto Berry is just perfect. 0711 managed to stay alive, but again, every time you give this Kha'Zix a kill is going to be more and more scary.
Oh, nice arrow coming in from Ash, coming in from Pan once again, just delaying that recall from draw. Because remember,
slight interruption,
right? The Drake will come out soon.
It's in about 15 seconds, I would say. Just a slight delay on the recalls can be important as well. J-Team actually is a little bit late on the recall, I would say, since the members of NGX already came back from the base and is starting to establish control in terms of vision on the spot side river. But it looks like J-Team has some interest in taking the RH instead. I don't like this, if ever, because J-Team's way of winning is getting the Dragon staff. That has to be the pattern as well on all of the games that we have seen yesterday and even a while ago. So they really need to contest the Dragon against NGX.
Yeah, but NGX has a different lineup this time around. They want to go for the Drake as well. Berry uses up the flash, no more summoner spell on that. Now the arrow stuns onto Swain, followed up with an explosive cast. Aatrox goes for the blade and gets the kill. Draw with the 3-man knockup. Not enough though, as he loses his life, and NGX loses 2 of their members, cannot contest the Drake.
Oh man, they do follow it up. She trying to collapse onto the RH.
Have to go back. She's really low. Don't want to wait. Super tanky at this state. And DY Pan is coming right up. They have to give it up.
Yeah. This is just complete zoning by J-Team right now. Double objective. This is going to be threatened by J-Team. Perfect way to jumpstart this game.
Going in for the flank on the back. Rift Herald who gets it. It's J-Team who takes it down. And now Killer Instinct coming in from Demon Kite, hoping to get that kill, and they do. Aatrox is gone. And now Garen falls down. And now DY and Pan stuck on top lane, getting pinned down. Going in for the Proto Belt from Draw. Knocks him up. Not gonna be enough. Draw still safe. But the trade is there. Kaisa falls. DY looking to go back into a fight, but this is over. NGX doesn't want any more of that.
NGX, they did lose 2 key objectives, and Berry was just busy split pushing into the bottom lane as well. That's why J-Team didn't have the numbers advantage in the top side fight. But this is also a lead that they have established right now. Almost 1,500 gold lead. in which we will see a replay of, let's check that one more time, as they tried, just unsuccessful in getting the smite, allowed J Team to get that double objective, but the kills were there. Since they did have the numbers advantage, the Zeri was in the bottom lane. They tried to dive onto Pam, but good interruption, I would say, coming in from DY nonetheless. He stayed alive until the very end. The kills were there for NGX that allowed them to at least get back a bit in terms of goal, but it's still not enough because the RH will charge you in the mid lane, possibly a second one in this inner turret.
Quite uncommon, but Rift Herald secured by J Team pushes down on tier 2 turret mid lane. Now NGX is on the back foot on a huge deficit this time around in the early game. 2k gold disadvantage up against J Team.
They need
and Just G, 3-man roam from NGX, and Garen's gone. DY follows up though, hoping to get that trade. Explosive cast, puts draw on the wall, stands up, no escape. 0711 follows up. Aaron is in danger.
God.
The knockup is phenomenal. DY uses up the flash along with a body slam. Gets that knockup and takes the kill. It's a 1-for-1.
0711 is starting to be so unstoppable right now in this game. There's just no burst damage coming from Nigma Galaxy. And that's how they just extended that fight. Prior to how we usually see J-Team operates, this Aatrox is just perfect for them to again threaten not only the late game but also in the mid game right now. Gold lead rising, ballooning, towers falling down on NGX's side, and no answers so far coming in from them.
Yeah, each single chess piece is now falling down one by one in NGX's plan. Checkmate is not gonna be something that they could achieve pretty soon. So much more to overcome in this game. And now with objectives coming out soon, the arrow will miss. Just G, good escape, jumps over the wall. That arrow will not connect onto anyone, and now they're going in for the counter engage. Height is really low, however, don't want to wait. The Mash Injustice secures the kill. And now from the left flank, Demon Kite hoping to get that kill, but Pan is just too much damage, and Demon Kite will fall down. Just you hoping for that kill. Pan is safe. DY, the sponge for the team. Just he will not be able to secure the trade. Aaron will fall, the ace will be secured, and J-Team will dominate.
A clean ace by J-Team, a perfect demonstration of how deadly they are, how manipulative they are in any sort of team fight. NGX got a little bit too greedy, got a little bit too desperate, and the punish was just delivered onto them. Let's check this replay one more time because it started off a little bit bad since the interruption was there. And also the isolation onto Hyde, got him pinned down, and then we see the transition onto Berry's side. If that Void Seeker actually connected, it could have been a kill by Demon Kai, but it didn't happen. Joshi tried to surprise him with a flash in, but the damage wasn't really there. He got caught out, the body slam perfect for DY, and Aaron was just left out, alone, and unscathed. This team is J-Team reigning supreme.
Once again, Just Chi just jumping over the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Not gonna get hit anytime soon, and now Draw goes for the counter engage. Demon Kite, immediate killer instinct onto DY. Has to use flash to go back in safety, and GX will not push through further. That's enough. Hyde is in danger. 0711 is here as well, but the rest of the crew is here to help. And 0711 doesn't want any of that.
We're now sensing a similar pattern of game number 2 a while ago. 2 Dragon Stacks. One more to go for J-Team. NGX has to deny them at least this last dragon, or else it's game over. We do see the gold funneling towards Joshi, right? So the damage is purely coming in from him. But he has to really land those decisive blows so that he can go on the reset, hunting and jumping around the members of J-Team. But so far, it hasn't been really possible, especially with DY in the mix. This guy, whenever he gets his Gragas, he can just make sure that no one comes close to the crucial members of J-Team.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, Gragas is pretty much DY, and DY is Gragas. I mean, synonymous to the name itself. It's so much of
he is him.
Strength. He is him. It's crazy when Gragas is on the hands of DY. But at this point, 8k gold lead for J-Team. So much more of a difficult time for NGX. And remember, they still have Aatrox to fight
against. And if Aatrox is fed, no one can beat him down.
4-1-4. Oh man, Yomus and already completed with the Black Cleaver going for the third item right now. Also has enough cash to get his Stasis enchant as well. And the Dragon Staffs, oh man. This is pretty much coming into an immortal Aatrox right now. And NGX has nowhere to go.
Connects, but too far ahead for Don 128 to catch up. At the moment,
how do they come back from that? I can't see a scenario wherein J Team doesn't make a mistake, but NGX wins. That's how clean they are playing right now. It has to be a big mistake. Maybe a missed smite, a missed call, a too aggressive, a too far forward movement by J Team in which Pan is gonna get killed. But other than that, there's no way for NGX to actually win. They're just too far behind. This is 8,000 gold deficit that they are experiencing right now.
it's just a showing of a top 2 team in Icons Global last year. And in the last couple of years in the professional scene. Such a dominating team to play up against. Only being behind against Nova. Now NGX. With 8k gold deficit, actually probably even more this time around. They have to creep themselves in. Now in the bottom lane, Hyde up against Don 128. The Mash Injustice is ready. So if ever they go for a full-on fight, it's not going to be Hyde who wins it.
Oh man, Bramble Vest, Black Lever, even Sterox, already completed by this guy, and it's so hard to take him down. The shields are just supreme, and even if you land the damage, yeah, slowly but surely maybe Hyde can take him out. But it's just so hard to do that on a team fight. This guy gets so damage.
Reldender. Oh, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow did not connect once again. A good sidestep coming in from NGX. Now J Team wants to disengage, and they do.
They have to wait. They cannot afford to step forward this time around against J Team. Any pixel, any Teemo distance close to DY can render them useless and isolated once more. And it has happened so many times already in this game. And NGX is just forced to play around with just within the shadows and just set vision across the areas in which maybe, just maybe, through a glimpse of chance, maybe a miracle steal coming in from Joshi and taking a Baron and taking maybe this Dragon as well. But it's a different starting the bot side. There's no vision at all from NGX.
And how they do, it's Draw going in for the face check. Don 128 is the target. Half HP already. So much damage coming in from Demon Kite. They have to retreat. Don 128 is really low. And now with the Meteor Enchant has information. 0711 though is stuck in the bot side. Draw going in for the 1v1. But now going for the World Ender. As Don 128 goes down, and now it is just Chi.
He jumps.
Jumping away. They're not gonna take him down. Demon Kite alone. 1v4. He's gone! NGX has lost the opportunity to turn things around. Mountain Drake is open, the third dragon in the eyes of J-Team.
And NGX cannot do anything anymore. They try desperately. But again, J-Team is just too far ahead. The cooldowns are there, the sustain, the durability is there from the initial Dragon Staff that they have acquired. Gold lead as well helped them have enough items to take on Nigma Galaxy despite the positioning of Demon Kite, despite the zoning control of Aaron and Draw, and also Joshi trying to slow them down. Now it keeps on growing. 10,000 right now at 16 minutes into the game, and the third Dragon Stack secured by J-Team as well. The only thing they need to secure right now is a Baron. And maybe the Elder later on. And they will have the Infinity Stones to take down Nigma Galaxy.
One more snap, one clash will end it all. J-Team on the precipice of success to take it home for this game number 3. To go to match point as this best of 5 series. 3 games to go into the grand finals where KBG is waiting. Can you do it, J-Team? NGX
turn things around. Don't want to wait on the front lines. Having vision on to draw. Baron still not being started. Goes for the reset. Everyone's just playing tag.
But that's an unbreakable will casted by draw already. Having that on cooldown means that J-Team can just start this Baron anytime soon. And we have a faster cooldown on the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, especially with the itemizations here of Pan as well. They're starting the Baron. And NGX needs to do this time without the ult of draw.
NGX knows. NGX knows. Everyone is just around. ECA not gonna connect. And they're now going for the retreat. One of their best long-range engage is on cooldown. And thus far, they need it to win landslide up against NGX on the Baron Nashor. And while we're at it, Hyde has just secured a turret in the bottom lane. 7-11 now is catching up. However, now with World Ender trying to go for it. Ooh! The sidestep coming from Hyde bought him a bit more time. Not enough as Hyde goes down, but Throw follows suit. They want to go for the counter engage. However, this is a 4v4 now with Aaron coming in. Can they do it? As Alistar falls, they have to retreat. No more frontline. Aaron uses up the flash to go back, but very over the wall, and they catch up. 0711, the king of the jungle, builds his land on the skulls of his prey.
Oh!
They take the kill. Barry secures the ace.
That is an unofficial quadra kill by Barry, and a decisive victory by J-Team as well, getting the ace against Nigma Galaxy in 18 minutes and a half. They secure this game and now posing a match point threat against Nigma Galaxy.
J-Team once again. The power, the play, the strats, all in between. In this game 3, securing the match point, 1 game away for the grand final spot where KBG stand waiting.
Oh man, this is just so scary right now for Nigma Galaxy. J-Team performing so flawlessly in this match right now. DY is just outstanding on the Gragas. This is one of the reasons why it's always being respected, banned away from him, because when against his champion, he will have that big threat of that engage all the time, the isolation plays off the cask. But bigger thing is actually Pan on this Ashe. That is one of the reasons why they were able to just get all those visions controlled against Nigma Galaxy, spot them in any area that they are in, and then get that Enchanted Crystal Arrow onto the crucial members that allowed J-Team to follow up, since the distance was always very massive. And then they get the pick off, then they translate it into objectives. They got double objectives as well in this game, which is just so difficult for NGX to come back from.
Yeah, it was hard, and it was a change of pace from NGX on their full-on aggression in the early game from game 1 and game 2. However, it was J-Team who took them down once again with a change of playstyle. And 0711 definitely ended the world from that game number 3 with that 8 rocks. I mean, that snowball from the early game, the mid game, their gold lead, 8k gold lead until that Baron fight, and at the end it was over before we knew it.
I mean, how do you come back from this, right? That is the question that we have asked a lot of times right now, especially in this game, in this series. On Nigma Galaxy side, they have tried to make a couple of adjustments, but at this time it didn't really work. The Swain didn't really work. The Kha'Zix of Joshi, despite getting 5 kills early into the game, didn't really land the dent onto the crucial members of a J-Team. Hyde as well doesn't have the same form that he had in game number 1, in which he was getting the really good flanks and position to go into the members of J-Team. This time, this evolved again, a different evolved form of J-Team is just posing a big threat against Nigma Galaxy right now, and possessing match point is the biggest pressure of all, because this is tournament point basically for NGX. Like, this is the threat of the tournament on the line for NGX to remain here. If they lose one more game, it's game over.
Yeah, and it's really difficult looking back from that game number 3. And as we have talked about, 0711 leading the charge with how much impact he has done for the team in that game number 3. And as you have mentioned, Just Chi doesn't have any opportunities to go aggressive with those flanks because DY is just there. He is the tank, he is the sponge for the team, and he zones away Just Chi every time he gets.
0711 on this Atrox, right? It's just insane as well. Unstoppable at all. No one's able to fully burst him out, and that's pretty much very difficult to do with the get here of NGX. Hyde being suppressed in the lane by Don 128 is just perfect for J Team to render him useless as well. Every time this Garen lands a silence onto the Riven, the whole combo just get neutralized, and that's one of the reasons why Hyde struggles to really perform well in a team fight. But Perry, on the other hand, securing a quadra kill unofficially, yes, is the MVP.
The killer for the team, the assassin. Well, not exactly the assassin, but the killer for J Team. Very the MVP using up the Zeri, and yes, he just swapped from series number 1, but he is showing his power right now, and I'm excited for a lot more to go. Who will be winning the next game? Can NGX make it back and go to the 5 games in a best of 5 series? We will find out. We're gonna take a short break, but when we come back, it's match point for J Team.
Name's Horn. No further pleasantries needed. All I need is myself and hammer. Nailed it.
Welcome back, everybody, into WRL Asia finals for the semifinals, where
NGX is battling up against J-Team, where J-Team is now on match point. And again, a lot of pressure is now on the shoulders for NGX.
Absolutely. Match point for J-Team right now after that incredible victory with Barry leading the charge as well, getting the MVP performance back-to-back as well. And look at the pace of draw. He is drawing out all his energy right now for this fourth game against J-Team. This is everything on the line for Nigma Galaxy. They come all this way towards China, towards the main stage. They have to just bring out the big guns to remain here in this tournament and to be the one to proceed against Keepes Gaming. But first step is winning a game against J-Team.
We'll see, because NGX, if they lose this, it's over, and J-Team will proceed into the grand finals. But if they do the miracle, if they do the unthinkable, they have one more game to play it out for the finals spot. Going to the draft, Ziggs, Jax, Camille, and Ornn banned away.
Are they gonna leave the Gragas open? Well, since the Ziggs has been taken away by Nigma Galaxy and they are on blue side, maybe they can be the one to threaten for the Gragas unless J-Team bans it out. That's the only condition that they are thinking right now. Do they give away this champion and just get the Alistar here for DY? Is it a massive risk? I think it's not. They think it's not. They ban the Varus instead.
And Varus has been showing big signs of life in the hands of Demon Kite. So, as expected for J-Team, huge respects onto the ADC of NGX. However, Gragas will be prioritized by NGX. But on the other hand, J-Team hovers onto Jace.
Are they gonna try out the similar composition of NGX that they had in game number 1? Looks like it's not gonna be the case. Alistar gets hovered instead. They can just lock this in and then maybe go for... Actually, the Jace will be a good pick if ever for them, since Ziggs has been taken out, Ashe as well has been taken out, unless they want to go on something like a Lucian or Corki. This champion is gonna be okay as well.
Deny coming in from NGX with Gragas leaves the Alistar open, left for J-Team. Jace to follow through. However, NGX is gonna bring up the Yone and the Corki onto game number 4.
I stayed silent until we see it being locked in, because we see it not being banned away by J-Team, and it's just perfect way for now Nigma Galaxy to take it. The MVP performance of Justy that they had against J-Team yesterday is going to be channeled once more. Looks like J-Team is going to ditch the Aatrox and pick up the Kai'Sa instead. Double pokes initiated right now by J-Team, looking to be very scary.
Yeah, and it is expected that J-Team wants to get that Kai'Sa for them, as this is what they have used such consistently in the past. And Kai'Sa is really strong at the moment with a lot of pokes and capability to survive with Killer Instinct. Now the question is, what will the bans look like? Because at the moment, NGX still has the top lane open. What would Hyde pick up? Riven is still up.
Is there gonna be a ban on the Riven? Because if J-Team focuses on Baron lane with the Garen being taken away already and they remove the Riven, they can be the one to pick up something like a Renekton here for Dawn 128 and force NGX to go with triple scaling champions of Yone, Corki, and the Jax. The Jax has been taken away, so that's a lot more lesser options actually for Hyde to actually pick up, unless he picks up a Gwen, which is going to be very difficult as well. This looks to be more complicated than we assumed.
Yeah, that could be. I mean, Fiora is still open. Renekton, Wukong, Gwen, these champions are strong. But what champion are you most comfortable with, Hyde? That is the biggest thing. That is the biggest aspect. But at the moment, NGX bans away Lee Sin, bans away Akali, removes this early game picks away from J-Team.
This is gonna force J-Team to pick up a different route for their jungler, 0711. Though the Olaf is still up,
Riven.
Renekton, as we anticipated, has been picked up already here for Dawn 128. This shows that they are really banking on early game pressure against NGX. But Vi, wow, this is going to be quite interesting. So it's the Yone going on a lane instead. Vi, it's a jungle, and they still pick up the Riven.
This is going to be a jungle support rotation consistently around the map. Corgi goes on mid, Riven could go somewhere else, Vi could also go into the jungle if they want to go for it, or could stay on a lane, but preferably on a jungle. This could be the jungle support roam. And this could definitely be the statement of aggression that NGX need. However, J-Team answers with an Olaf, denying the CC potential that NGX has.
Again, this is still a toned down Yone. Though we did still see the MVP performance of Justy during their match against J-Team. But you have to always consider that factor into this matchup right now again against J-Team, as they are match point in this series, potentially being the one to face Keep Best Gaming tomorrow in a best of 7. This is ultimate aggression that NGX has invested fully into this game. The Vi, the Riven, the Yone, even the Corki and the Gragas are going to be going in later on, especially when the package is available.
Such a scary moment for NGX. However, a lot of pressure for J-Team as well to win this game, to secure the grand finals. It is game number 4, match point for J-Team. 1 game away to take the grand final spot. Can NGX make the miracle happen? Can they do the unthinkable? We will find out as we jump into the rift.
Initial analysis of us would imply that NGX, even if they have early game champions, would still need to be very careful of 1, Dawn 128, 2, DY, and also, of course, Pan on the Jace, because this is basically still a Baron lane champ that they can just use on any single lane here against Nigma Galaxy. It's so hard to deal with that on isolated scenarios, and J-Team, given that they have this kind of composition, is just looking to be very confident invading against Just Chi.
Yeah, it's more than confident. I mean, they are splitting up into this jungle invade. DY denying the wolves away from Just Chi is such a detriment to him when it comes to their early game farm. But J-Team is ready to go. They really want to take that final spot already, win this game number 4. But it's not over until it's over. NGX still has that opportunity to make it back.
Dawn is here to protect the blue buff, or at least interrupt the invade here by Just Chi and Draw, and he is going to be successful with it, especially with the Jace.
Here we go. Demon Kite, Valkyrie, closing the gap, forcing out the flash onto Dawn 128. Demon Kite flashes as well, hoping to get the kill onto Dawn 128, but the 4-man roll from J-Team turns things around and gets the first blood instead.
Gets too greedy here for the Corki, and Demon Kite falls down. First blood by J-Team, and also the denial of the invade there by Just Chi is a buy one take one factor here by J-Team.
And that is such a huge dent onto NGX. I mean, losing a lot of their jungle camps in the early game. Losing Corki in the early game as well. Not looking that great.
Just 1 HP, just a slight regeneration of 1 more. Just because of that heal that he has on his first skill on a single target. Dawn 128 survives.
It's really unfortunate. And now with the huge power that J-Team has gotten in the early game, levels, farm, gold, they're just able to go in with confidence, diving under the turret. But NGX as well does the same on top side, ignites onto Dawn 128. Not enough to burn him down, and Dawn 128 still alive and breathing under the turret.
Hyde is not level 5 yet, so there's not much kill pressure actually available to set and go. Just Chi remains here, but 0711 is also rotating towards the top side, neutralizing any intent of this Riven to actually go in.
Now looking at the flip side of the map, it is Demon Kite and Raw in the bottom lane, still not level 5 as well. And I think that's really crucial for Demon Kite to be able to poke up against Varian DY.
Draw is still not level 5, Demon Kite as well, so they need to be extra careful since J-Team's Dragon Laners has a relatively better level capacity for the moment. They can successfully dive if ever they do want to do so, especially with the Alistar and Breakable Will. Fan as well doing a really good job just dealing with Aaron. This is a switcheroo that we often see on J-Team whenever Barry's around, as a Pan, the mid laner of J-Team formerly, just inevitably becomes the mid laner once again.
Yeah, and it also is, given the fact that their draft is also really flexible. 0711 keeps on doing this early invade, denying these camps away from Just Chi. He's now being suffocated from his farm, and now 0711 going for the 3v1, uses up the Ragnarok to retreat.
At least he manages to escape. Successful on his slight invade, getting the chicken. But this is gonna be the dragon spawning up in the next few seconds. We're already at the 4-minute mark, and so far the invades did work here for J-Team's side, neutralizing the early game capacity of NGX to actually set a tempo for themselves. We don't see any successful ganks prior to the dragon, which is usually the game plan here of NGX, but just because of that invade, just because of the deny of the invade of Just Chi and the kill onto Demon Kite, everything is taking control here by J-Team.
Yeah, it removes a lot of these farms coming in from Just Chi. It removes a lot of capabilities from the jungle's side, especially considering that Just Chi would be creating the tone, the melody of the game. Now, looking at the items as well, this is to factor in how much 0711 is keep on punishing Just Chi. And now though, Fate Seal knocks up onto one, Kai'Sa's gone! NGX removes the carry for J-Team, and now the Rift Herald will be the eyes of the prize for NGX right after.
J-Team though still having access on the dragon signals that this is still not the best way to go for NGX. Unless they get at least 2 charges here with the RH. It is going to be a little bit possible since they have taken the RH already. Top side tower is very low, but they're not going to be using the RH there. Maybe until the back is tower up.
Look at a flank coming in from Vi. Just Chi goes in with the punch, and Jace is gone. One hit delayed, and now it is DY trying to run away under the turret. Goes for the ultimate to sustain a bit longer, and now Draw goes for the knock-up as well. Flash coming in from high to go back into safety to Ignite. Might have kicked him down. DY still able to take him down. It's still a trade, and that is still a good thing coming from J-Team.
Yeah, because J-Team is able to answer back into the mid lane, get a couple of plates there, as Joshi is looking to bash his tower up on. Very much successful, but has to escape. There's the blast cone.
Goes for the flash. Oh my! Oh! Man, you can't do this!
Oh man! Shock blast into the face, and Joshi falls. Yeah, NGX is getting a slight gold lead, which is good. But J-Team is still well in control of this game. Able to still, you know, channel down, get those kills, get some plates into the mid lane, and also just chip down the gold lead that NGX initially wants to have. Let's check this replay, because it was just marvelous coming in from Pan. Last cone? Not enough. I'll blast you into the face with my shock blast.
That was such an amazing move coming from Pan. Explosive cast coming in from Draw, but a bit too far to go for the engage. And now NGX just opts to back away. They can't do anything from this. However, so far, what they're doing is still on even level playing field up against J-Team. The goal is not that far away. In fact, it's NGX who has the lead.
1,000 gold lead. It's not yet enough. At most, the only positive side here on NGX is that the gold funneling is a little bit on Aaron's side, on the Sione. It does make really good entries towards the members here of J-Team, but they still need to be very, very careful. Because again, Dragon Stack is the way to go. So far, J-Team has already secured one and is going to establish control once again. And it's going to be, again, bad news for NGX if ever J-Team gets the second dragon. That is something that they need to deny at all costs.
Especially that they have the Corki.
on their draft, Ocean Drake would be crucial. But let's see if they could take it home for themselves, because right now J Team is not in a position to just let it go that easily.
J Team successful now in completely deleting the gold lead that NGX initially had. A while ago it was 2,000, especially with the tower falling down into the mid lane due to the RH of Joshi. But now they want more.
Now Aaron 1v1 up against Don, goes for the knock-up. Aaron is doing it. Can you finish it through though? As Don want to, it has the dominance, a lot of sustainability. But now he's able to return, able to retreat. Aaron is a bit too far away, knocks up onto nothing. And Don 1-2-8 just walks away.
Aaron is the main threat right now. But J-Team is still able to get the tower here into the mid lane, open it up, answering the mid lane push a while ago by Joshi with the RH. And again, it's all just preparation for this dragon spawning up in the next 30 seconds. And NGX, they need to really find a way. Immortal Shield Bow, good that Aaron actually was able to purchase already, and just another cloak to increase his crit chance and also his overall damage in a consistent team fight. That is still not yet fully complete. The damage is still not complete from NGX. They need isolation plays first through the Vi of Joshi and then go for the objective.
Yeah, and one more fight could change the tides of the game and could set the tone for NGX or J Team. One fight. One fight.
One more, right? It's one denial on the dragon. It may actually work here for NGX, but so far it's so hard to do it. With J Team grouping as 4 here. We see Dawn in the mid lane, just pushing the wave a little bit to give more leverage here to J Team, especially in the priority. Because if NGX lets the wave crash into the mid lane, it cannot be good for them as well. But through the pokes as well, Jace, Kaisa, it's so possible for J Team to just trim down the HP of NGX, forcing them to commit.
Yeah, we'll see who commits first though. NGX now positions onto the Ocean Drake. Pan, DY, and Barry along with 0711 is on the right flank. They're going in for the engage as NGX looks to set up the play onto Don 128. But
Seal?
looking at the back flank, you have Fate Seal coming from Aaron as well to set the tone. Now it is the Ragnarok. That would not be enough for 0711 to be alive. And NGX takes down the jungler. They take the Ocean Drake and they're now on the lead.
We talked about them needing to deny the second dragon here for J Team, and then they did. Miraculously and flawlessly as well, having to get that isolation towards the Renekton and able to prevent a Pan from doing anything as well, and Barry being chipped down so much due to the pokes and the engages. Good kill as well onto 0711. Let's check that replay one more time because it's just amazing to see here for NGX. Started off with an engage, good stasis, but then Aaron with a perfect Fate Seal there onto the back line. Barry is just forced to disengage and be out here in this fight. 0711 tried to engage, but again, consistent DPS is now possible here for NGX since they have the Vi, they have the Riven, they have the Yoni as well.
Yeah, and I'm tipping my hats off to Draw as well. On top of that, Fate Seal coming in from Aaron, Draw followed through phenomenally. The explosive cast isolated 0711, and when the jungler was gone, there's nothing left for J Team to do but to retreat. Because if they go for the Ocean Drake, they couldn't contest. And NGX would just feast on their blood. So NGX got the better end of that trade, got the better end of that team fight. How can they utilize this gold lead though to further go through for more lead, for more gold advantage?
They need to contest the next one as well, right? It's a Dragon's game here in League of Legends Wild Rift. NGX has to really find a way to deny the stacking, deny the scaling here of J Team. Eventually, this composition will fall down a little bit. The Olaf will scale down, the Jace will scale down just a little bit. But Kaisa is going to be a lot scarier in the late game, in which NGX needs to find a way to take him down first and deny DY from ever helping him as well. And that is very much possible through Joshi and through Aaron. You have a lot of backline access as well to pierce to everyone.
Now go for the Fate Seal. Jace is gone.
Wow.
Now J-Team, what will you do? Explosive cast though. Isolates the target. DY is stuck on the brush. Has to retreat. But NGX is a different target. Has a different player in mind. It's Don 128 who's now gone. And now the Baron player for J-Team has been defeated. Has fallen down to the grave. And NGX once again comes out on top on that fight.
Big win, big pick off. That is 2 members of J-Team taken out. But since 0711 is still alive, NGX cannot afford to start the Baron just yet. Even if there's still like 2 people alive on J-Team, it's just too risky to do it. Especially at the state of their health. They need to be very patient. This is already a good sign that they are able to get a couple of kills, win a couple of fights, and able to extend their gold lead to this 3001 against J-Team. But the fight is not over till it's done. It's a lot of charge play completed already by Aaron. Still stuck on 2 kills, but the impact remains supreme for NGX to strive.
Yeah, well, Nexus is still up. Everything is still on the line. The dream of going into the grand finals, hoisting the championship title, and hoisting the championship trophy is still up in the air for both these teams to go into the grand finals. Who would that team be? Now the Baron Nashor is alive, and once again, Infernal Drake coming up pretty soon. Both these teams has their eyes on the Infernal Drake. The team who gets it has a better chance towards the scaling, towards more damage output later on.
And it's not just about the initial dragon that both NGX and J-Team has secured, right? Because Ocean Dragon for NGX, J-Team does have the durability with the Mountain Dragon, but having Infernal Dragon as the next one is just massive damage. But big brain play possible here for NGX. They're starting the Baron.
You can't do this.
And J-Team doesn't know about this. They
You
have
can't
no
do this.
vision onto the top side. Like, aside from the one that they have on draw, they might actually get this for absolutely free.
You can't do this! You can't do this! They did! They get the Baron Nashor unnoticed by J-Team. Oh no! NGX just did that!
That just doesn't happen! And they did it against J-Team as well. This is a massive risk that they took to try and get a leverage against J-Team. And now because of the Baron, they're able to push down the side lanes. And now Just She is starting this Dragon as well. Uncontested by J-Team. What is just happening, man?
Don't tell me this is happening. They take 2 objectives uncontested, unnoticed, the unthinkable for NGX.
Evolution once more by Nigma Galaxy as J-Team loses 2 big, crucial objectives here in the 16-minute mark. And the goal lead starting to rise once again here for Nigma Galaxy. Slowly but surely pinning down the towers, dealing the damage with the Baron-empowered minions, Just She as well. Having good angle to engage either into the mid lane or into the bottom lane. That is massive pressure for J-Team. But they need to give these towers up.
It definitely is. Baron Nashor with a burn buffed minions pushing through every single lane. Aaron on top side up against Don 128. With 1 HP left, Aaron could push in, dive under the turret, and that will secure them another kill. It's a 4v5 wherein Aaron and the rest of the crew is now going onto each and every single lane. Double Stasis Enchant into the mid lane while the rest of the crew goes into support. It's Just She on the base, going for the kill, looking for one, will not be able to do so. And now it is Hyde as well that will not be able to support his teammate. As Yone falls down, they have to retreat. It's a 3v3 that they can't keep. And GX backs away.
It's not yet done, says J-Team. Even if you have the Baron buff, even if you have the second Dragon stack for your side, the game is not done till it's over. Yeah, you might have able to take down the tower into the mid lane, but we have a chance to turn the tides around with the Elder Dragon later on. Let's check that replay one more time. Beautiful knock up there by DY. A perfect catch on Demon Kai to render him useless for the entire fight as well. The Vi got isolated, so Justy falls down. And also with Aaron being too squishy and the target selection being J-Team being so supreme, that allowed them to get those 2 picks. And now they're able to at least neutralize as opposed to 3 inhibitor towers taken by NGX, pin it down to just 1, and now they have a better chance on contesting for this Elder.
They definitely can. And I believe J-Team could actually make it out. If they continue to do this on how they're battling up against NGX and outmaneuvering how NGX wants to play the game, they could take it in the bag. Elder Drake will decide who wins this game. As J-Team will start it, but information is being placed onto NGX with the Rift Scuttle.
They know that this is being started. They know every single movement that J-Team is actually having right now in this game. In this fight. We see Hyde on the top side river. I don't know what his plans are, but he needs to be involved here in this fight right now. Just pushing in the mid lane wave. They have it on a good position actually. The waves are even, except for the mid lane. They cancel out the take of the Elder Dragon by J-Team. They just are stalling for the meantime.
They just can't commit for now. Looking at the wave prio, it is NGX who is controlling the whole map. While J-Team is looking onto the Elder Drake. Well, this is going to be their winning condition up against NGX. It is a hard time for them. They need to win a clash. They need to win a fight. Get the Elder Drake and win the game. But NGX is the one who gatekeeps them from this objective.
Are they gonna start it up? Yeah, they are. They're trying to draw J-Team in. While Hyde is split pushing into the top lane, pressuring Don 128 to stay there as well. It's going to be very difficult. But they do have the consistent DPS. J-Team really needs to watch out. They have a ward there. Having good vision on the draw on whatever he actually wants to do. But the damage is there. The pokes.
Oh! Wow! Coming in from DY. The knockback over the hill. And now it's Aaron actually really low as well. Just G knocked up really low. The after a trade. J-Team dominates. And now NGX, one by one, gets erased by J-Team. They make it back from the verse of defeat. And Aaron just has to watch the Elder Drake fall in the hands of J-Team. DY, the sponge, to zone away Aaron from this objective. Can they do it? They don't. Aaron is gone. And the Elder Drake is free to take for JT.
Oh man, NGX! They thought they had it, but it's simply not enough. J-Team still managed to win until the very end. Dawn and Hyde were battling into the top lane as well. Hyde was trying to secure an inhibitor tower in exchange for this fight. But let's check that one more time. It started off with a big isolation play as well. Perfect way by DY again. And it's not anymore like Gragas. Look at the double knock-up as well. It's just picture perfect to set things up with the rest of J-Team. The Nigma Galaxy, one at a time, like what you mentioned. Bodies fall down one by one. And J-Team inevitably gets the Elder Dragon. This is the better double objective that they are threatening right now. Baron and Elder.
No mistakes, all about perfection coming in from DY from that. We'll see.
The steal!
Just Jade steals the Baron. You thief in the night. They take it away from J-Team and they're still in the game.
They're still breathing. They're still mustering out the strength to battle against J-Team right now. And it's all thanks to Joshi as well. Vault Breaker in, gets the better smite against 0711. And this is a chance for them to at least deny the push from J-Team. But again, there's still 5. They can force a fight. They still have the Elder Dragon ready and available. DY goes in.
Knocks up. Aaron fade sealed into the backside. Has the eyes on to Barry. But will not pursue it. Hyde is really low. Has to retreat. You can't do that. The Elder Drake executes. And now they lose Hyde. They lose their Baron laner. That's good enough for JT.
NGX as well. I think that is okay for them. Since it's only just one casualty. No towers falling down just yet. Except right now that Aaron is trying to defend the bottom side. But Dawn is here.
Now looking into the flank. 0711 is just readily waiting. But Immortal Shield bow. A lot of shields. A lot of sustain to keep him alive. Will not go for the pursuit.
Are they gonna go in? I don't think so.
Wow! That was just perfect Ragnarok coming in from 0711. Yeah. Forced it out immediately when the explosive cast went out.
They cannot risk anything right now. It's okay for them to use the Ragnarok right now since there's no objective to be taken. The Elder Dragon coming up in the next 30 seconds though. But this is Again, another chance for either team to get a leverage into this game. It was very fortunate for Just G to be able to seal out that Baron. That delayed the end here of J Team, prevented the game from ending in the series as well.
Stasis, perfect timing. Fate Seal denied. No one to catch up. DY now on the front lines for J Team, going for the knockup as well. Hyde, Blade of the XL, goes for a lot of damage as DY retreats. Not going for an all-in. Both team respects, plays patiently, as one fight could change the whole game.
Oh man, nobody dies. Everyone survives. It's just gonna be a reset between these two teams in preparation for this dragon. About to spawn up in the next few seconds. Yoshi, it's very scary.
Face tracks, that's dangerous! Forcing out the flash now. DY follows up. Killer instinct from Barry. Follows suit, but Just G's alive. That's important for NGX. But on the opposite end, Gragas will fall by 0711. Flashing over the wall. They lose a member. NGX now on a disadvantage as J Team is now on the point of landsliding NGX. The comeback from J Team. Not yet secured, but still, the performance that they have shown us is phenomenal. It is an expressive showing, to say the least.
Oh man, this is gonna be a long game. 24 minutes. Yesterday we have seen a 27-minute game by KT Rolster Y against J Team. This time it's gonna be contested by this match against Nigma Galaxy, because everything is on the line right now. The tournament is on the line for the NGX. They need to find a way. Maybe this is it. Hyde is hiding that rush.
No one knows. Blade of an XL now going in. Goes for the two-man stun. He doesn't do it. He doesn't do it. Now Fake Steel attempts to go and change the tide of the game, but he can't. The Soul Unbound will die down soon. And now J Team kills down on Hyde. One man down for NGX. And J Team is now on an advantage. Draw tries to go in and counter engage, but they can't. This is over for NGX. It's J Team who dominates and obliterates NGX. Two members left alive.
So many 1 HP remaining members on the side of J Team. Demon Kite is just hiding. He's gonna get spotted out, but still able to reset back. No!
Stasis just to buy time, but the fate of his death is sealed, but he still cannot live. And Dawn 128 secures the kill. Another man down for NGX.
Renekton survives. Dawn 128 survives as well. I think it doesn't. Never mind, still alive. Has a GA as well. NGX.
Fate sealed, denied once again! The Stasis enchant denies it! Now the TP's coming up. The CC could follow through. Hyde is there, trying to go for the engage. TP's coming up. They want to do a miracle play, but this is not gonna happen. They lose Hyde. Just G attempts for it, but J Team's backs away. Look at Aaron! Look at Aaron! Look at Aaron! He's going in for the back door. Not gonna pursuit, but the inhib turret is massive for NGX.
They're just playing with fire right now. Look at the gold. Still, it's NGX actually having a little bit of a gold here, though everything is pretty much negligible at this point. It's all up to the execution. It's all up to the death timers. Long death timers right now. If you die, this is basically game over. Elder Dragon gonna be started here by J Team. Aaron is trying to muster out the strength. He's spotted by Pan.
Game ending clash commands Aaron in the front lines. Fate Seal knocks up into one, but he is pinned down. Scattered across is 4 members from J Team. He cannot escape. He goes down. Aaron is gone. 4 members alive for NGX to survive for long. But can they do it as Elder Drake is alive? Baron is alive as well. If J Team takes this, the game is over.
Oh man. DY as well, just holding his position to prevent Joshi from ever reaching this Elder Dragon, but he's gonna try.
Half HP.
Draw is here.
Half HP. This is it. What will they do? J Team, DY, look at him! He's zoning every single member across the board. Just G is really low, and NGX has a short period of time to go for the steal. It does!
Steal! Oh my god!
Just G! What happened?
He's still alive!
Don't do this! But J Team will still be able to eliminate the members.
He goes
of
in!
NGX.
One more auto
Demon
attack!
Tide still gets the kill! Hide in the mid lane!
What?
Now
Are they
pushing
gonna win?
in! They can do it! Dawn 128 going to contest this 1v1. But the Elder Dragon is in their favor. NGX has the capability to execute the opposing team. And they still bought massive time for themselves to win this game and go to game 5.
28 minutes, Infinity! So long! This is so long!
Blade of the Exile now coming in. Aaron is not pushing. They're focused on the
Can they end
Nexus. Dawn 128, you just
No
can't
way.
go in. You're gonna get executed. Hyde going to the Nexus. And
What?
the Nexus
No
will
way!
fall. NGX goes to game 5.
No way! No way! How? How? This was JT's game! We saw them, it looked reckless! But I felt it actually. The way they were fighting through the Baron, they keep on dying. But it's for the ways to crash into the mid lane, it's for Aaron to bash it up and then allow the other lanes to beat chip down as well with the minions onto the inhibitor towers of J-Team. And that miraculous steal by Joshi, oh dear lord! I wonder what this guy ate, because he has the biggest buff to steal, to grab Baron and the Elder Dragon.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. NGX. The dream is alive and we're going to game 5. Baby, it's Silver Scrapes here in the semi-finals. What a play coming in from NGX. Just G, you thief in the night. Taking those steals one by one, single-handedly. Buying time for the team and winning game 4. Oh my word.
This guy is just godly on the steals, man. We came into a slight conclusion that J-Team, after picking up the first Elder Dragon and threatening for the Baron as well, would be the one to win this game. But through 2 steals? I mean, this is gonna go to so many reels on social media. This guy basically just saved the tournament for Nigma Galaxy right now. We're going to game 5, everybody. We're going to game 5.
One more game, NGX. Oh, I am
One more.
speechless. I'm speechless at this point. What happened?
Yeah, we are speechless because that is not something that you see on a regular basis. But all of the games that we have seen in this Wild Rift League Asia 2023 season number 1, 62 days, 421 games, and over 300 of hours of broadcast. We have not seen this electric of a game of 28 minutes in the finals right now. Or at least in the semi-finals, one step away from the battle in the grand finals against Keepless Gaming.
Unlike anything we've seen thus far. And I told you, Giyang, the unthinkable. It was just she. I can't do it alone. It was just she who made it through. The steals, the plays, the phenomenal push. Coming in from NGX, we're going to game 5. We're going to game 5.
For all the fans out there of NGX feeling a little bit heartbroken a while ago as J-Team was trying to get the end of this game and then of this series, and then suddenly the steals of Joshi on the Baron and the steals on the Elder Dragon and then the push. Now suddenly their hearts are beating once again. It's like CPR was executed, and you know, all those things that makes your heart beat again is initialized just because of Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, and I am going to lie if I was not gonna state that I was expecting J-Team from that point on forward will take that game 4, but NGX proved me wrong, and they definitely did it quite phenomenally from that latter fight, that objective steal from Just-Chi.
Yeah. I mean, we are all on for support for all of the teams right now, especially in the final stage. May it be a CN Confidence team, may it be an APAC team, may it be a PH team. But See our smiles, man? You see our smiles? We are happy that we're going to Game 5. Game 5. 28 minutes and 23 seconds, man. They beat the record of KT Rolster Y against J-Team. They really went the distance, man.
It was crazy. I don't know what to say. Right? Demon Kite, 44k damage. Aaron, 34k. I mean, across the board, every single one of them has produced so much impact. Just Chi, regardless of being pushed back in the early game, 2 massive steals on Baron, on the Elder Drake. Aaron, the push on mid lane, opened up the lane prio for the team, and in the end has won them the game because of their lane prio. Demon Kite, the amount of damage he provided for the whole team, off the charts. And draw the front line for NGX. I mean, what was that, NGX?
You know, Infinity, what I want to watch or hear are the comms of NGX during those crucial moments, especially in the Elder Dragon fight and into that push, that game-ending push. I just want, and in the Baron take that they stole, I want to hear what their comms were, how, I don't know, composed they were, and how just effective their comms were to be able to be successful in taking that just incredible victory.
There's nobody else that I will give the MVP to aside from Just Chi. Yes, he did not stack the most amount of damage, but he was the most impactful of them all. His might has found an opportunity for them to game number 5, but you know what? As we are moments away, don't go away, everybody, as we are going to take a short break, and when we come back, it's Silver Scrapes for Game 5.
Name's Horn. No further pleasantries needed. All I need is myself and hammer. Crumble!
Ladies and gentlemen, semifinals, 5 games between NGX and J Team. They creep themselves in, and the miracle play coming in from Just Chi has allowed them to reach this point in time, and now we're 1 game away for any of these 2 teams to take the grand finals spot.
Anyone can win this. NGX has proven that they are just willing to risk everything in order to remain here in this tournament. We saw that really intense fights, couple of fights at the very end for them to muster out the strength and take down J Team for potentially another time in preparation for this last match. Looking at the bans, it is very similar to our game number 3, in which Varus, the Jace, and possibly the Rione is going to be taken away. Meanwhile, it's a possible Ziggs ban here for NGX unless they take away the Gragas or the Ashe. Perfect.
And it's just all hands on deck. All eggs in one basket this time around for both J Team and NGX. You've mentioned already bans, and J Team is left with a Gragas as a priority.
What will they pick? Well, the Alistar is available. They can go for the Kaisa. Unless they want to invest and steal out the Ziggs from ban. I think this is going to be amazing. Because Demon Knight is really good on this champion as well. Not only is he good on ADCs, but APCs are well suited for him as well. They pick up the Kaisa too. This is just top notch, if ever.
Yeah, and the thing that I love about this is because they don't need to prioritize Alistar. J Team has already picked up a support, and they could pick it up on their 3rd pick instead. Now NGX pick up 2 massive champions right at the get-go. It's really clever for them to do, as this is really strong for them to set the expectations straight before we jump into the game. This is game number 5, ladies and gents. Once again, it's all stakes on the line.
Zeri gonna be picked up. Oh man. I'm sure you feel this as well, Infinity. This is just like, it's as if you're being surrounded by a massive cloud of nervousness, of fear, of excitement as well, and us not being able to determine what is going to be the outcome of this. Because normally we kinda can through the picks, through the momentum, through the information that we have gathered so far here from all of the teams, but right now it seems to be so difficult to read. The Jack's gonna come through for Dawn as well. Hyde will pick up the Riven. No support picked up here by NGX. So that means that Alistar and possibly the Nautilus is going to be taken away, but Rakan still available though.
Yeah, 100%, but we don't know if NGX has something in mind. A trick up their sleeves in the support role. We know that Raw is so much more capable as a support here today, coming to this point. Corki removed though, however, by NGX, as J Team still has a missing piece in a bottom lane or the mid lane thus far in their first phase picks.
This is gonna be the gamble of Nigma Galaxy. Not pick up support. Let J since the champion that they have used so far, it's like Nautilus, Gragas, Alistar. Those are the champions that will be taken away here by J Team, leaving the Rakan open, and NGX will pick it up in the second rotation. And that actually has a really big synergy with the Riven and with the Ziggs as well. Wow.
Karma. They're banning away Karma, as I expected that Varus is left open. The J Team could go for that champion still in this draft for game number 5, but NGX can now pick up the Nautilus if they want, but will prioritize the jungle instead for Just Chi to take.
Shinzo is available if I really do want to go on that route. But if you want to secure objectives, well, this champion is
Zoe?
one of just the best. Wow.
Ooh. Really, really scary. But with a Vex, we all know that Pan came from the mid lane. A lot of flexibility when it comes to champion pool. And you know what? You've played aggression before, NGX, and we're going to play it now. They lock in onto the Lee Sin, and NGX, as expected, will lock in onto the Nautilus as their support.
Ditching out the Rakan instead. This Nautilus is one of the key element tools that they can actually utilize to pin down a Zoe and even a Zeri. And then just follow up with the necessary damage, in which the rest of the members of NGX actually has a lot. This is early game investment by both teams, except for the Jax and except for the Zeri and the Kaisa here for NGX. But the rest will not hesitate going in whenever they have a chance.
Yeah, definitely be all eyes on the screen, everyone, because someone has to give one team or another. Only one team, it's either NGX or J team, that will keep their dream alive and go into the grand finals up against KBG. The best team here this time around for Game 5 will be the ones who will be proceeding through into the finals. No mistakes should occur. All the best from each and every single player, as this will be the final round, the final hurrah to move up into the bracket.
J-Team and NGX face up one more time. And the last time here in this tournament as well. Be prepared for everything, because everything is gonna be pushed through by both of these squads. Let's hear out one more time for the cheers.
So much support coming in from J-Team and NGX. This is a lot of pressure on their shoulders as well. Now, at this point, Giyang, Zoe, the first one in the series particularly, being brought out by J-Team. Any expectations that we could set here for the viewers watching at home on what we could look after for Pan?
I mean, Pan on Zoe is just really so talented. The battle stars are going to be there. Even if there has been some tone downs onto the Zoe, cannot really discount Pan on this champion. The burst is going to be there all the time. There has been some, counter plays with the Nautilus. But wow, J-Team.
Draw! Oh, you just can't do this! Draw! As he loses his life, J-Team will take the first blood into this Game 5.
We thought that he would be able to close the distance onto Pan, and there would be some sort of follow-ups, but yeah, that's a little bit odd. And initially, look at the goldie that J-Team already has acquired, 1,000 gold, just because of that first blood kill in the waves that they have, or the minions, monsters that they have, were able to take alongside with that. And NGX needs to be a lot more careful, especially for a draw. They pick up this Nautilus for a reason. Single target suppression, and if he's not going to be able to do that,
Draw.
it's going to be bad.
Drench line, Sonic Wave connects onto draw as well. 0711 hoping to go for the counter engage, but DY is very low. They are on a deficit into the team fight. But now the sleepy trouble bubble goes on to draw, connects onto one. He's gone. Another kill for the count for J-Team. And now DY follows suit. And that is just the strength J-Team here in the early game.
2-0 start. That is the way to go to enable this early game. This is something that we expected already. Early game investments by J-Team to answer back NGX. We look into this replay and see again draw getting caught out. Even if you manage to dredge line his way away from J-Team, the follow-up is still there with 0711 on the Sonic Wave into the resonating strike, and the rest just follows up.
Such a confusing manner to start it off with NGX. Draw loses his life 2 times right now in this early game. That's something that we could expect, but maybe part of their plan later on. I don't know, but Raw so far, constant rotations in the mid lane and in top lane, trying to funnel for his teammates. Roots onto DY, but not gonna pursuit for a kill, as they couldn't, as DY is really tanky for now.
Still not really a big dent onto the economic factor here of NGX. Looking at the gold, still very much even. Just a slight gold lead by J-Team a while ago. But given the resources that NGX is still able to take, this is still good. Especially with the efficiency of Joshi as a jungler. Getting a lot of gold injected onto him through the farms with his fast wave clear. Spatting bot. No kill.
Not gonna go
Not
for
gonna be engaging.
the engage, but Draw is just waiting on the bush. But J-Team, very disciplined. Do not go for an overextension, and so far NGX still looking for the trade back from the early kills that J-Team has gotten.
They need to be very careful, especially for Draw. Dying 2 times is not a good sign, especially with him us then Nautilus. He is the tankiest member supposedly here for Nigma Galaxy as well. If he gets chipped down a lot of times and denied gold to be able to be tankier later on, that's gonna be again a disadvantage here for Nigma Galaxy. Hyde is just freezing a wave here into the top lane, very methodical. The cannon is not helping though, as the wave is slowly pushing towards the tower here of J-Team. It's still fine. Nothing to be afraid of for the meantime. They're just waiting for the first objective to spawn up, in which J-Team has been very, very consistent in getting the first drink.
Now, before we jump into the first initial objectives here, we're looking at a lot of scaling champions. On the side of NGX, Kaisa, Ziggs is in their favor. What is the winning conditions here for both sides, as you may think about it, Giang?
Well, single target pickoffs are actually present here for both J-Team and NGX. I think getting at least one pickoff will enable them to translate it into more objectives, like a tower, or more kills, or something like a dragon or an RH. But it's just so difficult to do that given the stalemate position right now. It has to be a big mistake, an overextension first, before one can actually get the leverage. Right now, Joshi is able to escape. Cask is on cooldown. Really, really crucial. But Hyde is alone.
Oh no, really dangerous. Could go for the sleepy trouble bubble, and he does. And that will be just the end of Hyde. Another kill for J-Team. No trades thus far for NGX.
Had it been another member of NGX actually passing towards top side, since they saw that Joshi was being threatened, they could have actually helped Hyde through just one Megid for the bomb coming from Demon Kite. But just because of that small mishap, J-Team was able to take, again, first dragon. Consolation prize with the RH. They can use it into the top lane or maybe into mid lane, similar to game number 4. But so far, gold is not yet being tarnished on either side.
Yeah, DY really low, half HP, but they're going in for a different target. Pan is in danger, locks it in, and Aaron with a killer instinct gets that kill. DY hoping to get the kill onto another, but will not be able to do so as Aaron puts him down.
That is 2 kills picked up. Lots of gold being injected onto the carries here of Nigma Galaxy. Top lane still is surviving, as we see Barry split pushing here into the bottom lane. Trying to get that first tower here for J-Team, but let's see who will actually get it. It's like both teams will just disengage for now. But we see a slight bump in terms of gold lead here for Nigma Galaxy. This is a good sign in preparation for the next fight.
Yeah, and this is actually quite a bit scary for J-Team, because from what we have observed in series number 1 in the quarterfinals just a while ago up against KT Rolster, and the 4 games that we have watched, there's no one team that can dominate the late game up against J-Team. And GX is the only one capable to do so. Can they do it now? Because Mountain Drake is in their favor already. Demon Kite is really low. Rift Herald spawned in the mid lane as they want to pressure and take control of the map.
Well, Joshi will be able to take down the
Hyde?
tower, I think. Oh, Hyde is alone.
Barry going for the flash. One hit delayed, and once again, Hyde falls down, and another turret goes into favor of J-Team.
NGX, oh, they're unsuccessful in getting the first tower here into the mid lane. It's all because Demon Kite wasn't actually there to help out when the charge happened there from the RH. But NGX will get the top lane, and eventually they will be able to take down mid to just one explosive charge. And let's check that replay one more time and how Hyde got in trouble. Casted his ult, tries to wave clear, but Bear just constantly chipping down his HP is just key. And then we saw the flash in. Even with the help of DY, I mean, this wasn't needed actually anymore, since Barry is just so good on this champion.
Yeah, and the thing was, Barry was just waiting for the shield to be gone before they go for the engage. However, NGX is now on the corner of a room, hoping to go out because J-Team has taken 2 turrets already.
Ooh.
J-Team is looking on to Draw once again. Stasis at chat. That's not enough. And Draw is gone once again. J-Team secures the support of NGX.
This time it is Don 128 that gets the gold for the kill. And now, quick rotation, perfect efficiency again being demonstrated by J-Team, getting 3 towers, 3 outer turrets of NGX, in which Nigma Galaxy was only they are able to get a couple of towers as well. But if we look at the efficiency of J-Team, it's just really, really good. This way, they can set up Vision already in the bot side driven. Again, prepare, threaten for the double stack of the dragons. And this will be game number 3 all over again. And this is something that NGX doesn't want to happen.
Yeah, 100%. However, right now, at the very least, NGX is still on an even level playing field. And despite a lot of those kills happening in the early game in favor for J-Team, you have to keep in mind that it was Draw who was the only one dying. So it's not as big of an effect compared to when it is the carries for NGX that is losing the capability to farm. So that's really good. Draw is just the sponge for the team. Let's see, as right now, Drench Line on the hill on Dragon's Pit. J-Team forced to retreat.
Really
Voice Seeker will not connect. Well, back off.
At the very end, yeah. No Muramana just yet. But as I said it has been upgraded for both Betty and Aaron as well. Again, it's going to be key. The biggest element of all, the pokes coming in from both of them, as well as the zigs here for Demon Kite.
And I think at this point in time, it's all about who's going to commit first. The counter engage for both teams is looking exceptionally well, especially coming for the J-Team, as they have the Gragas. They have Zoe. They have a lot of these engages. They're 7-11 as well. Ooh. Good skill over the wall coming from Draw. Actually denies the Knight's Edge.
Joshi starting this dragon off is going to be a little scary. Good wave management here for J-Team. Getting the prio into the mid lane, in which Aaron has to answer back. No vision on the blue side jungle of NGX though. They can go and surprise them. We have seen this a lot of times as well from Kazakh's players.
Oh no. Oh no. This is it. The Drake is going to be secured by NGX. They steal it once again. It's just Chi in the forefront from that objective. And now Draw being taken down. That is the trade back that JT wants. Side is really low as well. The flash coming in from Dan secures it. But the trade coming from the NGX as Pan will fall down. That is enough for them. Good enough as objective is secured. Ocean Drake in favor for NGX.
2 for 2 plus a dragon here for Nigma Galaxy is key for them, denying the scaling here of J-Team, in which we'll see a replay of it one more time. Sonic Wave into the Resonating Strike. Burst is no longer available for this Lee Sin, and good knock-up as well was perfectly initiated for the Kazakhs to get that dragon. And then Draw fell down, which is just perfect for JT to re-engage, get the kill onto Height as well. But Pan got a little too overextended, in which he got punished heavily by both Joshi and Demon Kite.
Yeah, he did a little bit more of an overextension. Too far ahead than what he wanted initially, but commending Joshi from that steal, it was phenomenal. The Dragon's Rage was not enough to take him away from the Ocean Drake. 0711 goes for the Dragon's Rage onto Draw, but no follow through. Now Draw goes for the counter engage. Drench Line onto DUI, but they are lacking a member from top lane. It is Barry with a Zeri. Not there. They have to retreat. It's a 5v4 if they push through.
Demon Kite's Mega Inferno Bomb is the biggest threat of all here for J-Team's engage. Whenever they cast it, everyone just falls back. Only a couple of members of J-Team is able to actually take the damage, but the rest cannot. And this is why NGX is able to reset most of the time as well. Definitely a big brain play stealing this away from Pan. But either way, on the Zoe, Pan is just so good. 3, 2, and 1. Going for the Infinity Orb for sure next. And it's just slowly but surely getting more scary to be hit by that Sleepy Trouble Bubble.
100%. I mean, the Luden's Echo and the Rabadon's stat cap is already enough to deal so much damage from those pokes. This is the scary part about battling a Zoe in a competitive scene, especially how mechanically skilled all these players are. Right now, the Baron Nashor is alive, Infernal Drake coming out soon. Quite crucial for both sides to take this objective. But once again, 13 minutes into the game, 1.5k gold lead for NGX as they sustain the amount of gold advantage that they had just a while back.
But eventually, we'll see Dawn.
It's a 1v2. Hyde uses up the Blade of the Exile. Not enough. So much CC. The stun's coming in from Hyde. The knockup is there as well. And now another fight on the top quadrant jungle. 0711 is in danger. If they lose Lee Sin, they lose their smite for the Baron fight. And that is a good call for J-Team to just go away.
Yeah, they already lost. Dawn went right into the bottom lane since Aaron was there to help out Hyde. I was starting to be a little bit nervous given the scaling there of that Jax, but again, numbers advantage means that they can just easily take down this Jax, especially with AP damage on the Kai'Sa. And also, 0711 almost falling down. It's just really scary for J-Team. They cannot afford to have them taken away, especially with the Baron available, with the Infernal Dragon almost up as well. And NGX continues to reign supreme in terms of the gold. 2,500 gold lead. Aaron just leading the gold charts as well. It's just perfect demonstration of how gold funneling is being prioritized here by Nigma Galaxy on their carries.
Yeah, and another thing is, the 0711 still doesn't have a sustainability item, and yes, he has a bit more HP from the belt that he bought, the Kintel gem, but so far he's going for more of damage output rather than sustainability, which would cost him a lot later on. If the fight goes on much further, objectives will be crucial, and Just Chi, as we all know, is such a player to behold when it comes to a smite fight. And now the explosive cast isolates Draw. Draw is gone. Brings it down to a 3v5. Dragon's Rage coming down onto 2-man knock up. Demon Kite has to force to flash away, but a follow through. Barry! He goes in and takes the kill. Aaron is gone. 0711 with the Sonic Wave finishes him off. And now it is a free time for JT to do whatever they want.
And what they want is go back into the base, replenish their HP, get their items as well to be more ready for the next fight. Whether it's gonna be the Baron or Infernal Dragon. But able to get a couple of kills, 3 kills in total, is just perfect for them to catch up in terms of gold. Look at it. The 2,500 that NGX had initially before the fight was just diminished, and right now Baron's gonna be initiated by J-Team. Hyde is here, has the ult.
Baron, 2k, can they do it? They can't. It is J-Team that will secure the Baron Nashor, and that will put so much pressure up against NGX.
They didn't have vision over the pit, but they sensed that there's gonna be a Mega Inferno Bomb into a Wind Slash there by the Ribbon of Hyde. And they waited for it first at 3,000 HP. So much discipline here by J-Team and a lot of respect towards Nigma Galaxy.
Now, can they do the miracle they once did in game number 4? Because right now J-Team is poised and ready to go and battle it out. Hand-to-hand combat up against our NGX. Now the mid lane turret once again falls down. Map control is definitely in favor for J-Team, and Baron is utilized really well.
Slowly knocking on base. Engage. No follow up, but Hyde!
The sleep almost takes the kill. 1 HP left. Now Draw is stuck outside the base. Will be able to flash away. Still safe. And they turn it around. Pan is dead. Aaron's still alive. They could definitely do something about this as DY is really low. But a counter strike coming in from Jax, push them back away. The ultimate coming in from Draw also knocks back onto 0711. Dragon's Rage onto Draw as well. Pushes them back, deny the engage. But Just Chi going for the chase.
but instead goes for the blue buff instead.
Miraculously, Nigma Galaxy defends all 3 inhibitors. But goal lead has been swapped. This time at 2,500 on J-Team side, threatening for another engage, another fight here in the Elder Dragon side. They still have, you know, the tools that they can actually utilize to take down Nigma Galaxy. But a while ago, Aaron dealing massive damage. He's the key. He has to be protected.
The Elder Drake will define the whole game. Who takes it down will win it. We'll go to the grand finals. It could definitely make it out. 200 HP left though. For the inhibitor into the mid lane. NGX has to play defense while thinking about offense.
Oh, this is just so close. So difficult to work around with right now your Nigma Galaxy. I think the mid lane has been chipped away. This is going to be so scary indeed. If you're a fan of NGX, you are definitely feeling the pressure right now. But you're a fan of a J-Team as well, you are sensing it the same because you know the capabilities here of NGX to turn the tides around, in which they have demonstrated in the previous game. And everything is not done until it's definitely over, until the Nexus is broken.
Definitely be it. If the Nexus is still up, the game is not over. And the dream is alive for any of these two teams, J-Team and NGX. However, J-Team now going in for the Elder Drake. Mega Inferno Bomb gives them information, but no wards. They have to do something. Draw goes for the face check. Not gonna be a good option as explosive cast isolates Draw. Draw is gone. Barry once again puts them to sleep.
There's a slow kill!
And the slow pad falls. The trade is secured. The 1-for-1, and now in the mid lane, it's 1v1 with both down laners. Not want to it, but
Killer instinct
from Aaron. Perfect timing to go in response. A K-turn will not be enough.
Ooh.
Almost gets it. Void Seeker with inches of death there, but won't be able to retreat. Don't want to it is still alive, however. The Elder Drake is open on a silver platter for NGX to take.
Barry's here, 0711 and DY as well. Cass is gonna be available in the next few seconds as well. If they can time it, they can win. Don 128 onto the top side as well, pressuring for the push. Aaron gonna go there. They have to defend simultaneously as they threaten for the Elder. The folks coming through.
J-Team is just buying time. 0711. Eyes on the junglers. If the junglers fall, Elder Drake is out of the option. Who takes it? NGX gets it. They get the Elder and they're still in the game. Dawn 128 will be able to take down the inhibitor on top lane. That is really good for them, but still, regardless, NGX could turn things around. The Elder Drake is in their favor. They could take the Baron Dasher, force a fight up against J-Team. If J-Team forces it, the Elder Drake is there. The flash coming from Just G to go back. Void Seeker!
Whoa.
So close, so far.
That is how close it was. Japan dying, but the Baron is gonna be quickly burned into pieces here by Nigma Galaxy. Double buff for NGX. Can they end the game with this?
It is a challenge because every single member for J-Team is still alive, but the Baron Dasher is there, the Elder Drake is there as well. You have the ultimate onto Pan. Zoe trying to go back away. He does stay alive. Aaron, explosive cast is there, trying to isolate on Kaisa.
The burn is
but
there.
will not be able to do so. Gragas is down. He falls down. But look at the bottom lane. No more inhibitors is left standing for NGX as Dawn 128 made it happen for them. The Nexus is open. NGX is pushing. The focus is there. And NGX, the miracle from the hometown hero, secures the grand finals spot.
I can't believe this is happening. Infinity Philippines is in the grand finals and has defeated J-Team. They will go and face Keep Best Gaming next in the grand finals. Who knew that it's gonna be from a pack that will face off the best team in the world, Keep Best Gaming, in the last match here in the Wild Rift League Asia 2023 season number 1. After this incredible turnaround of events, 2 games in a row, NGX, after defying being eliminated, has taken out J-Team in a Game 5 series.
The hometown heroes have done it once again. Going from deficit of match point from J-Team, now on the precipice of success, locked in onto the grand finals. It is NGX, the representatives of APAC, the representatives of the Philippines. The dream of the fans is alive, is in the shoulders, in the hearts of NGX.
Oh man, this game seems to be like a grand finals between J-Team and Nigma Galaxy as well. And everyone was kept at their toes, not knowing what is gonna happen. Not knowing, but we know what we want as well. This is the result of our patience, of our support to these teams as well, to whoever you voted. This is absolutely one of the best series that we have watched and casted, period.
I am in awe of how NGX was able to creep themselves from a 1-2 standing into a 3-2, changing the tides of the Titans from CN Conference, being the Titan Slayers here in WRL Asia for the final season 1. Logging on to the grand finals, Giyang. It is the moment that NGX was waiting for. Their dreams is alive. One step away to hoist the championship title if they can beat the beasts in Wild Rift, which is KBG.
Oh man, that is the last big boss that they need to take down. The WRL 2022 champions. The uncontested team that won multiple tournaments, being first in almost every tournament that they join. And in this tournament as well, being the one that is waiting at the very top to whoever is going to be challenging them. And it is NGX. NGX, guys. Nigma Galaxy from the Philippines. And again, every storyline that we have thought about, stories of NGX, of Just G, all those struggles, all those the pathways that they have been crossing. Now here in this tournament, after winning against J-Team, it's just so marvelous to see.
They were the rising stars. I mean, how long when NGX formed this team? It was crazy to think about from the very beginning up until now. To bait in the glory of winning the semi-finals to lock in onto the grand finals. And Giyang walked me through how NGX made that happen.
Oh man, it's the big gambles, man, that they took here in this fight. We saw a lot of movements that were really out of the ordinary coming in from Nigma Galaxy. The risk that they took to take down 0711, to take down Berry, and especially Pan, the biggest threat of them all. Draw had to sacrifice himself so many times, hide as well, being on the sidelines just to prevent the push happening from Dawn 128, and to enable the rest of NGX as well. Joshi, Aaron, and Demon Kite dealing the necessary damage to take down the members of J-Team. The miraculous plays and movements as well of them getting that Elder Dragon, getting that Baron into a game-ending push. Just perfect for every single person that is supporting them.
The one, the only MVP from game number 5, Aaron. It was crazy. 70% kill participation. The amount of damage that this player has put across from that game.